Hello, my name is Hannah Kathleen Hawkshaw. I am Miss International Europe 2024, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to #Education Day 2025, the United Nations International Day of Education. Thank you for joining us. From the beginning of their journey, Peace One Day created educational resources in multiple languages, and they are all free to use on the Peace One Day website, peaceoneday.org. Inspiring young people has always been an essential part of Peace One Day's mission. Talking with young people, visiting schools in over 100 countries, creating free materials for parents and teachers has always been at the heart of Peace One Day's work. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor for #Education Day, Prometric. They have enabled this global conversation to take place. Peace One Day would like to thank the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, for believing in the creation of this show. Her support has been unwavering, and we are incredibly grateful. A big thank you to the Peace One Day team and those at Prometric who have all worked tirelessly to get it across the line. Thank you to all the participants that we'll hear from during today's broadcast. Thank you also to everyone at home for watching and supporting on social media what will be an informative, inspirational, and engaging event. Your support means everything. Today, we are bringing you interviews from leading figures from around the world to raise awareness on the importance of education. Education is a fundamental issue to our survival, which is why I am so proud to host this experience. Please use the #Education Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. To begin #Education Day, it is an honour to introduce the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley. Let's go to that interview now.
Duchess, thank you for participating today in #Education Day.
Congratulations to Jeremy.
Well,
Peace One Day, and now #Education Day. It's incredible, Jeremy, what you've achieved. And in fact, we've met you through the Secretary General, of the Commonwealth, who very, very kindly introduced me to you. And I've seen your work, and I'm a great enthusiast of your work.
Well, that's very kind of you to say so. And before we start, and I ask you the first question, people don't know, but this wouldn't have happened today if we hadn't had the conversation a few months ago, and you supported me and encouraged me, in fact, to make it all a reality. So a huge thank you to you for believing in us and encouraging. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
No, not at all. I believe that you're only as good as the minute of the day that you decide to really go for it and be an amplifier of what is right, the value system, the integrity of goodness. And when I met you straight away, I thought, you are a person that gets things done. So it was an absolute honour to sit here and to see you again and to collaborate with you. And it's teamwork. And it's sort of putting on the oxygen mask and getting out there, Jeremy. And I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you. Well done, Jeremy.
Well, that's incredibly kind and humbling. I feel humbled that you say such a thing. I wanted to ask you about your journey in relation to education and why it's so important to you.
I had a great CEO of my charity called Mark McKeown. And he, for those of you who don't know, CEO, Chief Executive Officer, and it was of Children in Crisis. And it was back a long, long time ago. I'm 65, and I really, really have to put my hat to him. I tip my hat to Mark McKeown, because he told me all those years ago, he said, you know, we've started Children in Crisis together, but you know what? The key to life is education, education and education. So when you go out there and you're talking to Larry King, you're talking to anyone, educate yourself on what are the stats of life. How many children go to school? How many children don't go to school? And what are the ramifications on a country, on its global slate, if they leave school early? So what is it all about then if it's not about education? It's not just education of math or of algebra or STEM and STEAM. It's about, what about the heart? What about kindness? And what about what about really educating someone on what Mother Nature is, and how does Mother Nature work, and how do the winds work, and how do the clouds come and go, and why do we need rain, and what is it all about? So education is an enormous word, which doesn't mean you have to sit behind a desk all the time. You can be educated just by stopping in the street and saying hello to somebody, and just saying, how are you? On our way to this interview, I stopped for a cup of tea in a hotel. And I was next door to a wedding party, and I just popped in and I said, "Hi, I'm the maitre d', and I'm going to welcome the bride and groom into the room." And it was so beautiful a moment, because I educated my inner soul into feeling joyful.
Amazing. I mean, that's really beautiful. I mean, your inner soul feeling joyful, and you talked about kindness a moment ago and finding out about the world, and your books do that. Can I ask you, did the charity come first and then you started writing the books, or were you writing the books before? I mean, you are a prolific writer. Talk to us about where that passion comes from, and when did that begin?
My storyteller, I'm a professional storyteller, which is sometimes a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. I can catastrophize. Don't you love that? You can just say, oh, yes, it must have been like that, when you just make up a story, right? So I've all my life my father used to say, you're just making up stories. So you know what? That's what I did, and I started with Budgie the helicopter, and that was in 1989. Because I was educating myself by learning to fly a helicopter, because my ex-husband flew Lynx helicopters. So rather than just sit back and not understand how he talks and abbreviates everything in the Navy, I learnt to fly helicopters and educated myself on helicopter flying. Then I became a pilot of fixed wing and rotary. Then I wrote Budgie the helicopter. And then in 1992 in Poland, I started Children in Crisis, my charity, in order that my grandmother said, when you feel bad about yourself, Sarah, go and give to others. So I flew to Upper Silesia, the most polluted area in Europe at that time, when in Poland it was communist Poland, and they'd all built all the mines all in the same area. So everything was black, the trees were black, everything was black, and the children were breathing in polluted air. And then on top of that, having chemotherapy, the children needed respite, so we took them into the mountains, and 28 days of clean air gave 2 years of life. And so from that moment on, I never looked back. And then Mark came up. The mission statement of Children in Crisis at that time was no race, creed, colour, or any other denomination, no borders for suffering, no egos in the charity world. And then Mark said, no, education, education, education. And then that's when I used that line he told me to, that he said, just remember that Kalashnikovs is not the future. You've got to learn what peace is, and you've got to study peace. And that's collaboration, that's communicate, compromise, compassion.
Incredible. And look, we first met when we did the International Day of Youth and raised awareness of that day.
Loved it, yeah.
And then, of course, we've collaborated to raise awareness of the International Day of Education. I obviously follow and watch what you do on social media. You are everywhere, helping lots of people, raising awareness of lots of issues. But you've gone to a lot of schools in your career all over the world. What is it when you decide to go to another school? What is it that you really want to do in those schools, and what kinds of things are you talking about with them, the young people?
Well, I think to become the generational bridge, I work for Global Citizen as their ambassador, and to become the generational bridge for Gen Z, you really need to understand and learn and be educated on AI technology, on the future of AI technology. You need to learn the language of living. You need to understand how does a young person think. So ask them how they think. What would they like? How do you feel you can make change? What do you want for education? Why are we telling you what to do? You tell us. So allow the space, allow the time for then I can amplify through this way. I'm amplifying with you, Jeremy, right this minute. I'm showing up and amplifying on behalf of Gen Z because I can and I'd like to, because it's fascinating, because you can learn from them. There was a day when Brianna, she's from Samoa, and we were going up on stage, and I said to Brianna, if I get caught a little bit, say there's a journalist there who's asking me a tricky question, could you just step in and help me? And sure enough, she said, you know what, I'd be delighted to, because this is my world, this is my future, and I am delighted to help you. And she was 21 years old. I did get the tricky question, and she did show up for me. So, you know, I love young people, I love youth impact, and I'm delighted to learn from them. Another one came up to me, and he came up to me in a very flamboyant suit with a big, colourful bow tie. And Lester came up to me and said, what right do you have to know what you're talking about Gen Z? What right do you have to be the generational bridge for Gen Z? I said, oh, that's interesting. Firstly, before we go on, how would you like me to address you? What is your title? What is your pronoun? Yeah. And Lester said Lester. I went, thank you very much. So I said, Lester, who's judging who here? You judged me, I didn't judge you. I love my Gen Z. I think they're phenomenal, and it makes me excited, it gives me purpose. I'm a disruptor, I'm a Duchess disruptor, and a badass, sexy, sassy, super sexy, sassy, badass voice amplifier. If I can help, I will do it.
Well, you've clearly helped us a number of times, and I'm immensely grateful for that. I want to talk to you about education and its relationship in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. I mean, it feels pretty clear, whether it's AI, it feels pretty clear that if we want to, live in a more peaceful and sustainable world, then it would feel appropriate, given the situation that we have with the climate and the increase in violence that we're seeing, that we equip them with some necessary tools to take on these modern day challenges. Would you agree with that?
I think that I, every minute of the day, Jeremy, have to look at my own mental wellness. I have to look at my own toolbox, and how do I deal with what I call poo traps coming towards me. Piglet always set up poo traps for Winnie to fall into. And I believe that if our toolbox is not well and truly sort of tied on to us, it can be a very frightening world.
So it does make sense, doesn't it, for us to equip young people with toolboxes, with the necessary tools to take on great challenges. And you talked about mental health then for a second. I mean, this is a really important issue that young people, need support with. We're seeing with these things that are going on within social media, and the sort of the negatives and the positives, and
cyberbullying at its worst. Abhorrent cyberbullying, troll worrying, where you sit back and just be rude to someone that it can have such an effect. I mean, it has an effect on me. It doesn't, not just young people, it's everybody that is subject to such chronic bullying and cruelty and hatred. And I think that we have to keep going. And I think that what we must do, Jeremy, is keep going, is keep doing hashtag Education Day, International Day of Education. Come on, we must keep going, because if we don't, what are we doing with our planet? Yeah. What are we doing? We need to... I often look in a bus, when I'm sometimes on a bus, between aeroplanes, or you're going on a bus somewhere, and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, have you stopped to think just how extraordinarily lucky we are right this very second? Yeah. Right this very second. Yeah. I mean, the fires in Los Angeles, in California, can you imagine that literally from 1 second to the next, you've suddenly, your whole world is gone? Well, in conflict areas, in tumultuous weather cycles, and in twisters, and Mother Nature. We need to educate ourselves. And so, yes, there's a lot to do.
I mean, you talk about those fires. I mean, if you're a young person, and I have a young daughter, so, and I think about the things that she might hear about nuclear weapons, or the increase in violence, and what's going on with the climate, or the amazing words that Greta said, or others. I mean, it's really quite dark in some ways, right? Isn't it? And I think that the work that we've been doing, and the work that you do with your books, putting out constructive narrative, right, where we're informing, but we're inspiring, and we're engaging towards action that we can measure. This is what drives me, Duchess, every day. Is like, can we put light into this place where it feels dark, to inspire to give hope. I mean, and that's what you're just doing that every day, aren't you? You are doing that with such energy and passion for so many people. It's amazing.
Well, no, I think, Jeremy, we are, not me. I think unity in the community. I think that we went through World War II, didn't we, with the Blitz, and we used to go to the village hall and grab hello, could I have a cup of sugar? Could I have a cup of butter? And you know, the unity of this country showed by community spirit, by talking, by education, by the village hall concept. You could really make change. And I believe that it is about, as Secretary General just said, communication. And Jeremy, I think you are leading, guiding Firefly as well. And I think Fireflies need to circle together to guide the way.
Okay, well, let's do that. I mean, we've done it twice now, and we're going to do it again, and I can't wait to do that more with you.
Yeah.
And thank you.
What drives you, Jeremy?
Look, well, I guess, you know, it was tough. It was tough at school, and you know, complicated in some ways as a youngster. I think that going on the road for 159 countries in the last 25 years, and to some of the darkest places, and seeing things that, you know, some of which I wish I hadn't seen, and things that I heard were just extremely dark. And I think that I had a camera with me, Duchess, and I think the easiest way to explain it is I would point that camera and I captured things, and I could leave and they couldn't. And the one thing that I wanted to always felt was that, okay, well, look, I'm going to take this away, but I'm not going to give up. It's my responsibility never to stop. If I have the good fortune of walking away and they don't, then I must be responsible. I don't want to. I'm not capturing something to benefit from it. And so yeah, it's deep, isn't it? When you've moved around a lot, you know. And I just feel this burning desire. I don't want to do nothing else. You know, my life is going to be dedicated to constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages people towards action that's measurable. It's the one thing that I know I can do, and I'm just going to keep on doing it. That's just it.
Would you mind repeating that last line again, slowly?
Well, I want to put constructive narrative
Constructive narrative.
into the
Genius, right? Constructive narrative. Next point.
that informs,
Informs,
inspires,
inspires,
and engages people
and engages.
towards impact
Impact.
that's measurable.
That's measurable.
That's it.
Now, interestingly, that you went through it very fast because you know it and you stand for it and you stand up for it. But for anyone who's listening, they've taken that away and they've written it down. And I hope somebody's written it down for me. I bet that person behind me, young Stephanie's written it down, because that is brilliant. Those words are brilliant. I love this vision of you seeing something really difficult, but walking away and never forgetting it and then doing something about it. We would be liars. We would be liars, Jeremy, if we'd gone in there, walked away and not done it.
Correct.
We would be disloyal and we would betray that photograph of that very sad moment. We would betray that person.
Yeah, absolutely. That sums it up perfectly. Before I ask you the last question, to young people who may be watching, what's a message that you'd like to give them, or what's a thought you'd like to share with them in relation to the difficult path they're going to have in their lives ahead of them in relation to what's going on in the world?
Well, it's very interesting, Jeremy, with your question about what's the nugget takeaway from this interview. Most of the people I've met in your office here are young people, right? So and of course you're so young, Jeremy. But we've got to give them the right that we've had. We've had an extraordinary time. I'm 65. I've had an extraordinary life. Why are we trying to take that away from them? Why not give them the opportunity to enjoy what we've had? We've been very greedy. We've taken a lot. It's now time to look, listen, learn, and show up and amplify what we need to do to make it better for them. But by doing it, we have to educate ourselves on what the young people wish for.
Well, that's a beautiful thing to end on. But
I suppose I end on my one nugget.
Yes, please.
Show up. One nugget. Show up. Look, listen, learn, and amplify. Exactly what you've just said, but I think show up. If you say you're going to go to a school, then go to the school. Yeah. Don't say you're going to go and then be a pie crust promise. Easily made, easily broken. That's what Mary Poppins said. Don't be a pie crust promise. It's easily made, easily broken. Don't break promises.
And can I ask you, for people who would like to find out more about the books particularly, because I'm very grateful that you gave me a number of books, and thank you for that. But for those who would like to read more, where would they go for information?
If anyone wants to know more, sarahstrust.org. That's really good. Social media, Instagram, Youth Impact Council on Instagram. I'm the general. I have lots of major generals, and I enjoy that. And I don't really, Jeremy, I've never really thought about it. If we are going to bring out about Education Day, it's #Education Day. If you're going to want to know more about me, I have no idea.
Well, that's a wonderful answer. Duchess of York, thank you for supporting #Education Day. Thank you for supporting me and for Peace One Day and inspiring me to continue to show up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeremy. We did it, Jeremy!
We did.
Thank you for those inspiring thoughts, Duchess of York Sarah Ferguson, and thank you again for your continued support. Next, we are thrilled to welcome Under-Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations, Melissa Fleming, who is a global leader in the education space. Please join me in welcoming Melissa Fleming to #Education Day. Let's go to her statement now.
Dear friends, our world is changing rapidly. The evolution of artificial intelligence technology holds great promise, but it also holds risks. And we must act now to shape the future of humanity before technology shapes our future for us. Yet, for too many children alive today, the future is already a locked door. The key to that door is education, and it's simply out of reach. This is not just a generational catastrophe, for example, in Gaza and Sudan and in Yemen. It puts us all under threat. When we fail young minds, we jeopardize our own future. At the United Nations, we have a vision of a better tomorrow, one in which everyone lives in peace and dignity and equality on a healthy planet. These hopes are shaped by most people on Earth. But we can only achieve the change we so desperately need with quality education, not just for some, but for all. Yet that goal is a long way off. There is a crisis in education, and despite the efforts of many, we are not progressing fast enough. Too many minds are missing out, especially in conflict zones and in other places where teachers, students, and schools are under attack. Globally, 250 million children are out of school, an increase of 6 million since 2021. 70% of 10-year-olds can't understand a basic text, while more than 750 million adults are illiterate. In some places, whole generations of children have been forced out of the classroom. In pre-war Syria, nearly every child was in school. And now, the enrollment rate is among the lowest in the world, while even young children face pressure to drop out to find work. In Sudan, a brutal civil conflict is keeping close to 90% of school-aged children out of the classroom. And in Afghanistan, women and girls are being denied their fundamental human right to education just because of their sex. We don't have a moment to lose. Rapid breakthroughs in artificial intelligence hold great promise for all learners, but they also carry some daunting risks, including a potentially huge impact on our information ecosystems. The United Nations is urging all actors to develop AI tools safely and responsibly, with human rights at their core. We want to see all users equipped with the digital and media literacy skills that they need to thrive and succeed in the age of AI. So on this International Day of Education, we urge all actors to give people the education they need and deserve, to commit to ending the learning crisis, invest in quality lifelong learning opportunities, and protect education from attack, unlocking opportunities, prosperity, and peace, and the door to a better future, especially in the age of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa Fleming, for that incredible statement. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. We are delighted to now welcome the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland KC. The Secretary-General has been a long-time supporter of Peace One Day, and we are so grateful to hear from her for hashtag #EducationDay. Please join me in welcoming the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland KC, interviewed by Duchess of York Sarah Ferguson. Let's go to that interview now.
Secretary General, oh my goodness me, this is such an honour. Thank you so much for agreeing. And well, in fact, thank you so much for this idea. International Education Day. Thank you for Jeremy. Incredible. Peace One Day. And I'm sitting here with you, my friend. Now, please, I'm lucky enough to know you. I'm lucky enough to say that you are the best SG, the best Secretary General. And I would love for you to explain a little tiny bit about yourself so that anyone watching can go, okay, wow, yeah, let's hear.
Well, I am the 6th Secretary General of the Commonwealth. I'm the first woman to hold this post, and as you know, the Commonwealth is made up of 56 countries. That's 2.7 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. And I was the former Attorney General of the UK, and I've been passionate about education, young people, for the whole of my life. And it's been a great privilege to work with you, with Peace One Day and all our partners across the Commonwealth to drive this whole idea that education is vital, getting all our children to have every opportunity and make sure they don't leave school too early and they get basic education skills. It's vitally important.
But you are extraordinary because this is your life's work. It's not just because on March 31st you're moving on to another role. This is your life's work. Would you say that making a decade of International Education Day is one of the most extraordinary legacies of your career?
I hope so, because, you know, we've got 128 million boys and 122 million girls who are out of school. That's 57% of the world's children lack basic skills. And we know that if we can educate our children, they go on to thrive, they create wonderful communities, and they really can make a contribution. And I have been passionate about young people and their education since I was 21, when I became a barrister and was involved in the development of young people. So this has literally been a passion that I've had for virtually my whole life. So being able to contribute, to be able to see this day come about and pulling us all together so that we can, in partnership, make life better for our young people, particularly now we've got a technologically driven world. AI is going to add 15.7 trillion onto the global economy by 2030. And our young people have to get a slice of that. They've got to be able to be trained and nurtured so they can take up opportunities. And our AI Academy, which we launched online, we hope will make a real contribution. So, Sarah, you and I are both passionate about this. And it's been great to work with you because we are definitely trying to make a difference.
SG, Secretary General, AI Academy, that is groundbreaking. I mean, that is seriously groundbreaking. Could you just say a tiny bit more about that? Because I certainly would love to know. In fact, I'd like to sign up to go to the Academy, I think.
Well, firstly, it's online. What we realised is so many of our young people have no access to the training. It's usually really expensive. Some of these courses are $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. Now, if you are from a modest home, that's just out of your reach. So what we did is we created an AI consortium, all the big AI companies. People like Intel came and helped us, and they have given us free training, which is online, which you can sign up for all of us, for those of us who are leaders, for those of us who are young, and for those of us who are not so young, so we can really understand this technological revolution that's taking place, and we can learn about it and use it. And so you just go onto our website, thecommonwealth.org, you put in AI Academy, and Sarah, it's all free, all free.
But that, again, is another extraordinary legacy, and what a gift on International Education Day for the world to hear to globally do a shout out of a free AI Academy online. That is something extraordinary. When March 31st comes and you move on, I mean, you've done 9 years and huge successes. I mean, this is just extraordinary how you've completely and utterly changed. What can we do more to support your legacy and also to support the SG role going forward?
Well, I think the most important thing is all of us, that's all our countries, all our leaders, all our heads of education, we really have to address the issues about stopping children from leaving school early and enabling them to have basic education. We in the Commonwealth Secretariat wanted to understand better, well, what can we do? How can we do it? How much money are we losing from all of this, and how could we make it better? So together with the OECD and UNESCO, we created a new global report entitled The Price of Inaction. Because people are always saying, well, we can't afford to educate. So we asked a different question. How much is it costing us not to educate our children? And we know that when children leave school early, we lose about $6 trillion US. And when we don't give them basic education, that's $10 trillion. And if you think about the whole economy of Japan and France, that's about 10 trillion. So two of the biggest countries economically, we are losing by failing to educate our children and giving them the things that they need. So this report is a big shout out to say there are things we can do, both in policy, both in application. And what's been brilliant in the Commonwealth is all our education ministers meet regularly and they swap ideas. What works, what doesn't work. And this opportunity to use technology means that the brightest and the best and the most exciting educators can teach all of us, because we can now do it online. We can now have interactive technology which enables our young people, our children, to get the best education. So my real hope is we will look at the report, we will understand that we can spend the money better. It's not about spending more money necessarily, it's about spending it smarter and understanding if we invest in our children, if we invest in their education, if we nurture them, then economically we're going to get trillions back. We'll save money and we'll make money. And we need our children to understand the Sustainable Development Goals. We need them to be innovators, creators of the new solutions that our generation have struggled with. But they, with the new AI, with the new technology, they are enabled. And there's a difference between those who have those skills to use the technology to deliver this new 15.7 trillion to our economy and those who don't. And it's not about the machines taking over, it's us, humans, setting the parameters, setting the human values as to how we can use the technology to make things better.
So if you're listening, anyone's listening to your speaking right this very second, I know we talked about the AI Academy, but how does anyone get to find out those solutions? Where do they go online to?
Well, I think they can go online, they can look at our global report, because that has masses of information, and it presents for the first time the private, fiscal and social costs of children leaving school early and not achieving basic skills. And these costs are borne by all of us, individuals, governments and society, and we can't afford to let our children down in this way. So the report sets out how our governments, how our partners need to increase urgently the investment in education to ensure that all our girls, all our boys complete a full cycle of basic education by 2030. But I'd also say, go onto our website, look at what our education minister's doing, because we have now produced the sort of information that compares one country to another. I've just published the performance analysis reports for all 56 countries, and you can look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and what difference they can make. And why I've been so delighted about the Commonwealth is our education ministers not only work together and like each other, but they share information. They share what works and what doesn't work, and they're saving bucket loads of money and making things better because they're collaborating. So what I would say is, don't compete against each other, collaborate with each other, because the goal that we want is to end deprivation in education for our children. And that's a joint goal for all of us. And if we pool our knowledge, our expertise, and put the determination and power behind it, there's nothing we cannot do. And we can make things so much better, because education is pivotal to ensuring that technological advancements, particularly AI, enhance human abilities rather than replace it. So there's a lot for us to do, and it's really exciting to see what's possible if we pool our expertise.
The great news about this wonderful, wonderful you, that wonderful SG that you are, is you make it so incredibly clear. You just make it easy to understand. You make it easy to understand the solutions. Love the idea of collaboration, no competition. And I just one more quick question before you go, because I know time's up. Is this youth impact? I know you're absolutely tirelessly a supporter of youth impact and listening to young people. Is there a mini SG within the Secretary General's office who is a mini SG and a person that really is a very young person championing you, supporting you?
You know, we created the Commonwealth Youth Council, and they are fabulous because they're 60% and they are the greatest advocates. So I would ask all the young people, please look at our youth network, join, think about all the opportunities we have, because I know that you have felt the same as I. When we go out and we see that they are our inspiration, innovators, creators, and they have the solutions, if we listen to them, if we enable them, if we make sure that they are always at the table, not just on the menu. And this is a really important thing, because they are fabulous. And I was really proud, because as I left Samoa, in fact, they made me cry, because they created a video of what they, together with all of us here in the Secretariat, have done through the last 9 years. And they called me their champion, their advocate, and their mentor. And they gave me this plaque, which I will treasure forever, because our young people are just brilliant. And so I would say, believe in them, listen to them, and then help them.
And are we going to be able to see that video if we go online to see the 9 years of your extraordinary reign?
Well, I'll make sure that we'll send it to you and share it because honestly, it made me cry. Because you're the same, Sarah. You just work day after day. You don't think about what you've done. You're always looking forward, always thinking there's a next challenge, there's more for us to do. And when someone gives you captures what you've done, it's quite a shock. And I was so touched that they pulled it together for me. And I'm someone who never cries, and they were absolutely determined
To make you cry.
And I did. I have to confess to you, I really did. I really did. They were so lovely, so lovely. And I really say God bless them all because they have been my inspiration for the last 9 years. So please invest in them. Don't forget them. Help them. They will pay us back 100-fold, and we'll be richer and better because they will really be able to deliver the beauty that they are.
Well, I always think you're a firefly. You lead the way, you guide the way, and you show the journey ahead. And you've certainly done that. And an extraordinary opportunity for me. Thank you, Jeremy, from Peace One Day. Thank you so much to the team at the SG's office.
They're brilliant here. My team are wonderful.
Yeah, we love them. They're just incredible. But you're only as good as the leader. And SG, you're my friend, I know, and I just adore you. But thank you on behalf of the Global Reach for International Education Day for being your extraordinary leader that you are. Lots and lots of love.
And thank you, Sarah, for walking with us. Thank you.
Always. God bless you.
God bless.
Thank you, Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland KC, for all of the incredible work that you do. It is so inspiring. We are so grateful for your continued support of #Education Day and Peace One Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now we're thrilled to introduce Richa Gupta, education innovator, social entrepreneur, and co-founder of Labia. Please join me in welcoming Richa Gupta to #Education Day. Richa, welcome to #Education Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm extremely grateful to be here and wishing you a happy International Education Day.
The first question I would like to ask you is, for those who don't know you, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Yes, absolutely. I'm Richa and I'm a teacher turned entrepreneur. So I spent about a decade teaching in low-income classrooms across India. I started when I was 16 years old, and I did that for about a decade. One of the biggest learnings I had and learned during that time, amongst many, many countless stories, was that there is a big difference between me teaching and children actually learning. I understood that so much was happening to my children who came from very difficult backgrounds back home and in their communities that they were simply too stressed to learn in the classroom. And when I dug deeper into this, I realized that almost 1 billion children across the world currently experience multidimensional poverty, which leads to trauma, which leads to them not being able to learn properly. And all this while, we try to solve this problem by teaching children how to read and write, when in fact, all they need is a safe space and a trusted adult. And so this was my story of being an educator, and an inflection point for me, which was a big turning point, was unfortunately in my journey, I lost 2 of my students. One was to community violence, and another one was to a disease that I had recovered from when I was a child. And beyond how I felt about it, I saw how this left a big mark on the rest of my students, on their parents, and the larger community. And that really pushed me to think more deeply about my purpose. And around that time is when I decided to co found Labhya, which I'll speak more about with my co founders, Vedant and Malika, to really solve for the gap in children's well being in public education systems globally.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. It's quite clear that you are a great example for all of us. Could you tell us more about Labia?
Yes, absolutely. So Labhya is an India-based education nonprofit, and we partner with Indian state governments to help them implement and embed a daily well-being class across all public schools of the state. So just like our children have a math, science, or English class, they now have a daily well-being or social emotional learning class every single day that is facilitated by a public school teacher. And currently, we do this in 22,000 schools across 3 states in India, wherein 2.4 million children daily experience this class through their public school teachers. Our ambition is to impact 30 million children by 2030. And one of the things we are doing to achieve that is not just to scale in numbers, but also fill up the gap that currently exists between social emotional learning and well being, research, and data to enable learning for children through these programs.
Wow. Well, it's really quite fascinating to hear about your work, and I love that you've shared that goal with us of reaching 30 million children through education. So, why is the International Day of Education so important to Labia?
Absolutely. So, two big reasons. Over the last 2 years, I've been one of the 17 young leaders for the Sustainable Development Goals with the UN Youth Office. And I've had the privilege to work with the ASG Youth and so many UN offices across the world in education and well being. And one of the biggest priorities that I have seen come up, thankfully, in the last couple of years is the idea of education moving from just knowing how to read and write and going to school to really building the skills, to having a safe space, to being well. And I think that's why the International Education Day this year is so important for us, is because we see in front of our eyes that the priorities of education needs shifting from just reading and writing and doing math to really becoming a holistically well person. And a big acknowledgement globally that well being and peace is not just a good to have in a person's life, but really a must have, especially for those who are the most underserved and at the bottom of the pyramid. And lastly, this is important because I'm so excited to see so many young people being at the center stage of decision making around education globally today.
Thank you so much for sharing, and we are so pleased to have you here and a part of this celebration of education. So, if I may ask, how important is education in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world? And if anything needs to evolve in relation to this, what would it be?
So I think there is no peace without education. That is something that is very, very clear. And I was listening to all the previous speakers and how eloquently they have shared more perspectives around this from their lived experience. The one thing that needs to change in the narrative is that we sometimes feel that peace is some unattainable abstract concept when that's not the case. Peace can be achieved with skill building. And to achieve peace, we can uplift an entire generation and enable them with exceptional skills and essential skills like relationship skills, resilience, learning motivation, and so much more. And once we do that, peace becomes an inevitable part of learning growth and sustainability, not just individually for us as people, but also towards nation building, achieving the sustainable development goals, change making, and of course, poverty alleviation. And so that's how peace, education, and well being all come together in a very coherent way to make sure that we build a more sustainable world for young people and with young people.
Well, thank you so much, Richa, for articulating those goals of ours so beautifully. So, before you go, if people would like to support Labia and your work, how can they do that?
Yes, absolutely. Firstly, please advocate for well-being in education in wherever you are in your schools, if you're a teacher, if you're in the government. Secondly, you can always reach out to me. I'm on our website, which is labhya.org. And my email is richa@labhya.org. But most importantly, think of Labhya as a thought partner in well-being and education around the world, whether it's research, implementation, or working at scale in systems change. Working on well-being is extremely important, and we would love to partner with anyone who's interested.
And I'm sure there will be many people excited to partner with you. But I have to ask you one more question, Richa. What is it that keeps you going? Where do you get your inspiration from?
Thank you so much. Entrepreneurship, especially as a young female entrepreneur, is very, very lonely. It's a very lonely journey. It's difficult to unlearn a lot of what is taught to me as a young person in India or, growing up in a middle class family. I had to unlearn a lot of what I was taught to become ambitious, to become entrepreneurial, and really to believe in myself. And some of the people that have really inspired me and helped me keep going first have, of course, been my children, the students that I teach, who keep on inspiring me every time I feel low. I think the one thing that brings me back to the purpose is being in the classroom and talking to children and listening to what they want to do and their aspirations and dreams. The second, of course, are my team and co-founders. All of us are young people. We all have similar struggles. Being in this together means a lot to us. And the third is, of course, our advisors, the people who support us, who have trusted us with their capital, with their support and time to make sure that we are able to achieve this dream.
Well, thank you, Richa Gupta, for sharing your inspiring thoughts with us. We are so grateful for your support of hashtag Education Day and Peace One Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ellen.
Thank you. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag Education Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Next, I am excited to introduce Maya Kirti Nanan, who is the Commonwealth Young Person of the Year 2023. Please join me in welcoming Maya Kirti Nanan to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Maya, welcome to hashtag Education Day.
Thank you so much for having me, Jeremy. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Fantastic. Maya, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
I am Maya Nanan from Trinidad and Tobago, and I am the Commonwealth Young Person of the Year 2023. When I was 12 years old, I started an organization by the name of Autism Siblings and Friends Network to create opportunities for persons living with autism here in Trinidad and Tobago. I decided to start this organization because my brother Raul, who is 1 year younger than I am, was diagnosed with autism. And growing up, he didn't really have much things to do at all. So, for example, I would go to school and he wouldn't. When we would go to the play parks and so on, the other kids would stare at him. And, I wanted him to feel included and I wanted him to be able to have access to the same opportunities that I do. So I decided to start Autism Siblings and Friends Network so I can create opportunities for him and others like him, especially in a country like Trinidad and Tobago, where the cost of education, therapy sessions, and so on, it's really expensive and it's really limited. So yeah, I just wanted to make a difference in his will and others like him.
Absolutely inspirational. Congratulations. What wonderful work you're doing, Maya. And I want to ask you, Maya, I mean, because you were really educating people. Your brother had that situation and you created something that was educating people so they could treat him just like any other person. Amazing. I'd like to ask you, in relation to the Commonwealth, could you talk to me particularly about what they're doing in the world of education in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world, which obviously education is key to manifesting?
Yeah, certainly. So the Commonwealth comprised of 56 independent countries, from Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Europe, and the Pacific. And a strong emphasis, I would say, is placed on education as a fundamental tool for achieving peace and sustainability globally. So, for example, the Commonwealth promotes inclusive and equitable education for all, irrespective of their gender, race, or economic background. And by advocating for policies that ensure access to education, especially for marginalized groups and disadvantaged groups, it aims to reduce inequalities and promote special cohesion within and among its member states. So this can be seen, for example, with youth empowerment, as the Commonwealth recognizes the role that young people play as key agents of change. The Commonwealth, they foster youth participation in the education policy making and implementation. So it support initiatives like that empower young people to contribute positively to their communities and to advocate for sustainable practices and peaceful coexistence. And, furthermore, the Commonwealth Secretariat Strategic Plan from, I believe, 2021 to 2025 focuses on inclusive and resilient education system as part of the wider focus on the sustainable and peace development. So the Commonwealth Secretariat is working to develop society and young people, and its focus on education is important in achieving this. And the fact that I was awarded the Commonwealth Young Person of the Year in my area of work, which is special needs education, is really a true testimony to the Commonwealth focus on education, I would say. And I know that there are many other young persons out there like myself from throughout the Commonwealth who are focusing their advocacy work, on education for persons from lower income, from persons with social disadvantaged groups, persons who are even from conflict zones. And I'm really proud that, the Commonwealth recognizes and encourages this type of work and advocacy. And I believe that all the collaboration and, sharing of ideas and brainstormings will contribute towards making our world a more peaceful and sustainable one.
Amazing, Maya. Incredible. Let me ask you, why is the International Day of Education, the UN International Day of Education, so important to you? Why did you want to help raise awareness of it today?
So, International Education Day is really important to me because it highlights the impact that education has on shaping individuals, communities, and the world. And it reminds me of the privilege that I have access growing up to quality education, as opposed to my brother Raul and others like him who are denied this basic right. So, this day encourages me to reflect on how education has shaped my values and knowledge and my ability to think, as well as it motivates me on how to use my education for positive change. So it's a chance to acknowledge that millions of people around the world still face barriers of education. And it sparks a sense of responsibility in me to continue advocating for equality and inclusivity in education. It also inspires me to consider new ways in which I can contribute to creating a more peaceful and sustainable world through education, whether it's, by sharing knowledge, creating educational initiatives, promotion of policies to ensure that, people from all backgrounds could have quality access to education. And in a rapidly changing world, education is a key to addressing challenges that we are facing. And this day just reminds me that education is a powerful tool for creating that change that we need, and it can lead to a brighter future for everyone,
Maya, it's absolutely incredible listening to you speak. Would you say that the Commonwealth choosing you as an ambassador, was that a real boost for you? Did it really change your life?
Yes, it did internationally, but locally it has not. So I've been able to, collaborate with others from throughout the Commonwealth, and throughout the world. But here locally, we really struggle to get funding and support from the government. We really lack that extra help that we need from them. But outside, it's been incredible. And, I really just wish that persons here and those in power, or those who are from corporate companies and sponsorships could come on board and help support the cause.
Okay, well, I hope that anybody listening, Maya, will support you. And if it hadn't been for the Commonwealth, then I certainly wouldn't have had the privilege a number of times now to have heard your words. So I'm grateful to the Commonwealth for that introduction. I want to ask you, in relation to education being key to manifesting a more peaceful and sustainable world, what changes do you think need to occur in the kind of global education system? You know, if you can wave a magic wand and see things change, what changes would you like to see?
So I would certainly say that, in a lot of countries we have, for example, like my own country, Trinidad and Tobago, we have a lot of policies that are just there sitting. We need to ensure that these policies are actually being followed and they are being, monitored and evaluated and actually happening out there. We just don't want these pieces of paper to be sitting on our desk or sitting on our website. I would like to see these policies come to life, and persons like my brother and so on could actually benefit from these policies and not just say, hey, we have a policy and there's nothing in place for them. And I would also like for persons, with autism and other special needs to be included in the policy making decisions and so on, because I mean, it's only right that we are speaking about them and we're trying to do things for them. But what sense does it make if we don't include them in it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Maya. 100%. Let's hope that these pieces of paper do become reality and aren't just words. They're actual actions. And people like you will actually make the action happen. And it's incredible. So finally, if people want to support you, I mean, how can they follow you on social media? Tell us about your website. What help do you need?
Yeah, so definitely we welcome all sorts of help. We really appreciate it. So from financial contributions to technical assistance to, collaborating with each other, it really can go a long way. I've seen it go a long way. This year, my organization will actually be celebrating 10 years. And, the support and love that we've received from persons, they really do say that a small step would help go a long way. And I've seen that happen over the years. So anyone that's interested, they could reach out to me on social media. I'm on Instagram and Facebook. It's Maya Nanan. And I will share the social media links for you to put. And I also have a website. It's www.rahulsclubhouse.com. It's the name of our autism center, which I named after my brother Rahul.
Okay, absolutely incredible. I really hope people support you. We certainly at Peace One Day will always want to tell your story with the different shows that we create throughout the year. So listen, really good luck with your 10th year and congratulations, of course, for making it 10 years. That's incredible, inspirational.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this so much. I met you 2 years ago, and it's been really wonderful collaborating with you in that space.
Well, good luck. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya Kirti-Nanan, for that fascinating interview. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. We are excited to introduce our next guest, Inar Liv, Professor of Multidisciplinary Big Data at Tallinn University of Technology. Please join me in welcoming Inar Liv to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Inar, welcome to hashtag Education Day.
Happy to be here, Jeremy.
The first thing that I wanted to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself, and your journey to where you are at this moment?
Actually, Jeremy, I have a funny story before that. So let's go back in time, 5 years. We were in Shakespeare's Globe Theatre, and you were just about to introduce me. And I don't know if you mixed papers or something, but instead of saying all the formal titles and associate professor or research, you just said Inar, he's an amazing man. and and every time after that, I have always thought that whenever somebody says that, would you like to introduce myself, I always have this urge that, I would just like to say I'm an amazing man. But jokes and this narcissistic things aside, I think actually there is something to it even more, especially on this specific and special education day, that we are not our CV, that there is so much more to us than there is in CV, and there is so much more to education than there is in formal education. But coming back to your original question, then I'm a computer scientist. So I got my PhD quite early at the age of 26. Classical computer science IT training. Then I have had this privilege that to be on different sabbaticals all over the world. So I managed to visit Stanford, where we tried to understand what does computational social science mean. Then at one point I found myself at Oxford, where I met you actually, like 10 years ago, and this was about international relations, political science, which shows that. And currently, my title is Professor of Multidisciplinary Big Data, which means that I'm really interested in how different people from different backgrounds, from different disciplines, how they understand data, how they want to analyze data, how they find out what is important, and basically the main thing that I think what's most important is that I teach people. So I have taught about 3,000 students over 20 years, supervised some 150 theses, and also we have this tradition that we also do this public outreach or try to train also, let's say, public sector, and I have had the privilege to give lectures to over 1,000 people in public sector, which for me is really important to deliver something that I know to them, as you like to say, to inform and inspire, and this is what I do every day.
Can you, amazing. Can you talk to me about the university? I mean, how focused is the university on informing, inspiring, and engaging students, particularly in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world? Is that important to the university?
I think it is. So, of course, universities always have to find some priorities, and I think SDGs in general are important guideline. That at least it provides like a common language for universities. Basically, we can then collaborate with others and still understand what we're doing. If you think about informing and developing a more peaceful world, then I think first education in general is something that fundamentally deals with it. And secondly, especially in information technology, we build things. So basically, we want to build a better world, and I think that through giving our students those wonderful tools that they can themselves build is really important, and university in general has always supported this, and we are very international university. So yes, we are in Tallinn, Estonia, but of course we have programs in English and as well besides Estonian. So plus the Estonian background, so we have a minority, like a 1/3 of minority of Russian speakers in Estonia, and I think this has put us in a very special position geographically and geopolitically and politically to understand different cultures. So I think I enjoy actually this this setup, and especially that Estonia is very compact. So we don't just build those tools that and our students just don't build those tools for themselves, but since the community is so small, so Estonia is only 1.4 million people, more or less, if not everybody knows everybody, then everybody knows somebody who knows something. So basically, if you have a great idea, you can always, people will support you, and you can go forward with that.
Incredible. Why are international days like this? We're manifesting on the 24th of January today. A conversation from people all over the world talking about the role of education in relation to our survival. What benefits do you see in days like this?
For me, it's mainly connected to one word, which is perhaps a bit techie background is synchronization. So basically, everybody has their own small and large things that they have to do, in their days, within their lives. But sometimes we need to have this basically the time where we almost like tune. In old times, you used to tune this radio to a frequency. Basically, this can be the day where everybody can tune into one topic, one goal, and to talk about it, and actually discover then that everybody understands it in a different way, in a different angle. And so for me, such kind of days are number one important, and secondly, they are mainly important to synchronize. So classically in Europe, there was I won't go further too much into it, but there was a church had a role. Now everybody is in their digital tools and things, and you don't see it, and there is no time to in a recurring manner to synchronize thoughts. And days like this, I think they provide a wonderful platform and timing. And so basically, if more people are exposed to this idea that there's an International Day of Education, if everybody thinks 5 minutes, multiply that with everybody, then you have a lot of wonderful ideas.
Yeah, amazing. So in terms of your sort of skill, big data you talked about at the beginning, and technology and the use of technology and AI, etc. What role do you think that sort of new, effectively, set of skills, the technology, what role is all of that going to play in relation to helping us survive?
Like with every new opportunity, or some call it crisis, some call it opportunity, or poly-crisis, poly-opportunity, I think there are always opportunities. So I think the main number one fundamental change is that is all the digital transformation, that everything is going into digital, and this has two things. So first, unfortunately it creates a digital divide. So that's one, like a negative aspect. But second aspect is that digital also allows us to bring people closer together in an easier way. Even this event, if it would be just one event in London, maybe you can get 10 or 10,000 people, but with internet you can reach to 1 million. So that's number one, the digital and the internet. So negative and positive aspects. But if we think about AI, then of course AI is booming, and I think I would say that we are within 5 years of things totally changing in how we work and how we learn and how we do stuff. So because of that already, everybody just has to basically spend some time in connection with the future, not just with the current day. It's very easy to say that I don't have time to this AI thing. I have my things to do, but people just need to take some a step back and just get basically to get to know what AI means, even if it's just to play with ChatGPT but everybody should just try and test that. How can I make my world and my life easier with it? So basically, I see it in a way that everything starts with you, or everything starts with me. There has to be first this peace of mind within everybody, and then you can start to make better collaborations, partnerships, and go from there. So very important.
Very interesting, very interesting. And I know that I wanted to ask you, I know that you've been developing something with some students from the university for Peace One Day, to work alongside Peace One Day. I mean, obviously, on this wonderful day of international education, I would just want to ask, from your education establishment, what have you been doing with the students and what's being created?
Absolutely. So I'm really happy to have this platform to talk about this project as well. So as I said, I teach students every year, like 50 to 100 students, and this year I gave them a course project that and asked them. I had a very specific question: could you, and as I have, plus the background is that I have 50 students. So I said that please try to create a platform where 1,000 people together could start to create peace-related art. Not everybody knows how to draw or has this, this sense or touch, but to create some art about peace just by describing or explaining. There's a technical term, prompting for that. And I told them as a limitation that you have only 17 hours to do that, because in a corporate world, it's a platform that could take 200, 300,000 pounds. But you, as a student, you're a creative, you're a smart, brilliant student. You have only 17 hours. Please try to solve this problem. Obviously, a simple solution is that you find other students who also have 17 hours. And now everybody has different kinds of skills. Maybe somebody is very good in developing. They like programming, not so much other people, just coding. Other people, know basically which AI tools to use. Basically, which are those tools that allow you to create those images? How do you work with them? How do you integrate it with this system? Other students have skills or inspiration or passion in social media. For example, let's say you have this kind of platform. How would you onboard people? How would you get those 1,000 or maybe even million people to the site? How do you integrate the system with the social media? And in the end, besides the questions of why, why would anybody do it? Sometimes people just do it for fun. But several teams also started to find out those, this next steps. Like, let's imagine that actually 1,000 people have created those images, and we are able to find, let's say, 1 or 2 or 3 that resonate most with everybody. But imagine all this data behind those images. What are those words that people actually use when they would like to envision what does peace mean? Some people say, old man with a cup of tea and, in forest. Somebody says a beach. Somebody says, basically for everybody, peace means different things. So through allowing 1,000 people to imagine what peace means to them, you actually collect this list of descriptions as well. And this is also fun. And you could even see, for example, what does peace mean in different parts of the world. So this was my task for them in October. Last week, I think I have already 7 teams separately, individually, basically teams individually presenting me their ideas. In a way, it's redundant. So there are already 7 platforms out there of students imagining whether, I would do it through Twitter or Reddit or Facebook or Instagram. This was also part of the question. Which are those social media things where young people would like to do that? And I also asked them to log or basically write down the number of hours that they have spent. It wasn't just to limit it to the 17 hours, but I just wanted to understand, where did you spend your time? So if you had only 17 hours, where did you spend your time? And this morning I checked my table, and they have logged 500 hours to this project in total through the course. So which means that 50 students on average, they have already they have basically put in 10 hours of work. And I see this as an idea way for education, that you don't just have to teach people like in a repetitive manner some things that they would learn, but you can actually, if you focus their energy. Yes, you have your goals. Then in educational science it's called problem-based learning or challenge-based learning. But if you focus their time, 500 hours is a wonderful time. And to sum it up, just everybody who would be interested in this project, just stay tuned. It will be at one point on Peace One Day's webpage, free for everybody to participate and try, because it would be, maybe it's just a sentence. How would you say? So I can even turn the interview back just for this second for you, Jeremy, that if you would just on the spot want to create an image or a picture of peace, what would you imagine it to be? What would be the sentence that should generate this picture? Could you imagine? What are those words that connect with peace with you?
I think, I mean, immediately as you say that, I was thinking about, holding hands with my daughter, the sea in front of us.
Yeah.
That would be, I mean, I find peace when I'm by the sea. And I certainly find peace if my little girl is okay. And the color of that I think of is the color blue. Rose named her little dog Blue, and I love that color. And of course, the Peace One Day logo is blue. So
that sounds wonderful. And I actually, so whenever we get this system live, I hope that you can be one of the first ones to describe this. Me standing with my daughter at the sea. It should be some pastel or this blue-ish color, but then it would be also interesting to see how 1,000 other people describe that. And I think it would be, so basically in a sense it doesn't take any budget or money to do those kind of things, but it raises awareness, and it definitely teaches you besides about technology, but also about peace in general, or Peace One Day as an organization specifically. So I really like this project, and I really hope that it will be live soon.
Well, it's absolutely amazing, incredible that you effectively kind of launched publicly today on the International Day of Education this incredible way of which your university and you, through education, are informing, inspiring, and engaging your students in the whole issue of peace. That's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Inar. We look forward to getting it on Peace One Day and other people participating. But the very best of luck with all the incredible work that you do. Thanks, Inar.
All the best, Jeremy. Take care.
Thank you, Inar Liv, for that fascinating interview. It is incredible to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag Education Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Our next guest is Dr. Jesus Jara, the Global K-12 Prometric. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jesus Jara to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Dr. Debbie Crimmins, Senior Vice President of the Center of Excellence in Education, Prometric.
Well, hello, Dr. Jara. Welcome to hashtag Education Day. This is a conversation that I have been very excited about having, because I almost feel like this is a topic that you and I could talk about for days and days and days when it comes to your passion and your commitment and mission to education. For those of you that don't know Dr. Jara, he is Prometric's global K-12 leader. But it's also important to remember that he has really walked the talk. He is the former superintendent for the Clark County School System in Las Vegas, Nevada. So I almost feel like this conversation today was meant to happen. Dr. Jara, I have had the honor of working with you in many situations where you have the opportunity to chat. And what I thought we'd start with is your educational journey. How you kind of became connected to education, and why it became so important to you even back in the earliest of days.
Well, first of all, just thank you, Debbie, and the opportunity to sit and talk. I know we've sat and had this many conversations for so many years. We've worked together so long back in our Orange County days, and then when I was in Las Vegas as a superintendent, you were a key partner for our success. So just kind of thank you for being involved in my career, my path, and helping children. So no, I started, back in the 90s and teaching as a bilingual teacher in Miami-Dade. I was also in the sports arena as a sports trainer. Then, just kind of took my journey to Massachusetts. I was a high school principal in Massachusetts as well. Came back and stepped out and went to work for the College Board, actually, across the entire state of Florida, really providing opportunities for children for advanced academics. advanced placement, SAT, did some amazing work with school superintendents, but wanted to come back because, I wanted to lead. I wanted to be a superintendent in urban America. I was deputy superintendent in Orange County Public Schools, where I led the entire teaching and learning division, which then called me to Clark County, Nevada, the fifth largest district. Great community, really focused on children. And that pathway that got me there, it really opened up my eyes in what we can do in urban America for children. So I led for 5 years and 9 months as a superintendent, built a great team with a great community, and then stepped out and really think globally. And when Prometric really came calling to provide innovative solutions for educators to make their life easier, it was an opportunity for me to give back with so much that the education world gave me. I was an undocumented kid that came from South America up, and it was a public school system, and it was a teacher, it was principals that were behind me, and a mom that really believed in the power of education. So here I am, working alongside you and many others.
If you weren't the model of what an educational journey is and continues to be, I don't know if I love the connection between not only your passion from starting as a teacher and an instructional leader, but really looking at teachers and leaders as almost guides for you along your journey as well. I think, we both share that same passion, that when we think about the teachers that have touched our lives, the instructors, the leaders, we know we are probably who we are and who we're still becoming because of those. You're that to me. I know you're that to so many at Prometric as well. A lot of folks that are joining us today are learning about Prometric. They're learning about kind of what we do and what this journey even feels like for all of us as we think about the power of really global education. You mentioned that it was time and Prometric kind of found you. Could you talk a little bit about how that happened and why this is such a good fit for what you so passionately believe in?
Yeah, no. Well, first of all, an amazing CEO. I know that
Yes.
Stuart Adele, who we all work with, and he was a key partner in my success going back to the superintendency.
Oh, that's
And
true. Yes.
about 14, I'd say 8, 9 months ago, but it was, it's already been a year since I stepped away from
Wow.
the superintendency. Close to next month will be a year, but about 16 months ago, Stuart Odell, we were having a conversation around really where he was envisioning the K-12. I mean, Prometric is, as you know, right, 30 plus years in
Right.
certification and licensure, and the
Yes.
passion to go into K-12 and really thinking about, well, it all starts in K-12. I believe that the K-12 school systems are the economic development of a community. So it starts in K-12. So, when you think about the tools that we have, we're not a curriculum. We are not
Right.
somebody that's going to put a kid in, but we are going to provide solutions for educators to make their lives easier. For example, we have groundbreaking AI transformative technology to provide district leaders, state leaders,
Yes.
solutions to help them align curriculum, how districts can administer data, not only administer data, but then also review and then provide insight. Because in K-12, there has not been a lack of data and systems.
That's true. That's true.
However, what do you do with it is the key driver, and that's what we do. That's part of what the work in providing systems, but it's not just in North America. It is
Right.
globally. I've had the
Absolutely.
opportunity to go to Egypt, South Africa, Dubai, and I think one of the things that has opened my eyes as a systems leader has been some countries are further along than America. However, we are leading the way in so many other ways, and I think
Good point.
that
Yes.
as the global K-12 leader has opened my eyes to provide children support so they can succeed at the highest level across the world, so we can have a better citizen worldwide and globally.
It's like you've actually prepped for this conversation, but I know you, and you're speaking so much from the heart because Education Day is about that journey, right? For making sure that there's that access for all children, all learners across the world. But it's also something I know you are really, really passionate about. All the work that you've done in Clark County and every district you've been in is also focused on exactly what you talked about, building the community, building kind of the infrastructure that's around. And as we think about Education Day and we celebrate this and we're part of the sponsorship of it, there's a part that's really about the peace, I think, that it brings, the humanitarian perspective, that kind of connection. How important is that? I mean, I know your answer, but your passion for global communities and just building communities, tell us a little bit about that, because that's always been at the forefront of your work.
Well, it has been because, when you look at America, when you look at the United States, look at me. I was born in Venezuela, and came to this country. My parents brought me. I didn't want to come. It's not like, and that's what I used to say. I used to say to kids, in school, I said, whether you like it or not, you're here. And now, how do we educate you? When I was in Clark County, we had children from 180 different countries that spoke 78 different languages. That's
Yes.
America, right? That is
Yes.
America.
Yes.
That is the United States. 17% of the kids in my community were undocumented. Well, you know why? You educate them, because then it's how do they become successful citizens. And then the language that we have globally, one of the things that hit me when I was in South Africa, with Prometric, and really looking at, and you're going by a school system, you're going by schools. The kids are all the same, whether
Oh,
they're
so true.
in Orlando, in Las Vegas, in Miami, in Massachusetts, in Cape Town.
Yes.
Kids are kids. You see
Yes.
them interact, and
Yes.
to me, that is the youth, that is the power. That's what we have a responsibility as adults to give back. So we have a peace across the country, peace across the world, and we have a peaceful world educated community that can really, really push us forward. And I think that is what I'm giving back up and giving leaders the tools so they can really provide the support system for their children.
Yeah, I got this smile on my face. I also had it with the conversation with Stuart Udell and with Nikki Etchell and so many of the Prometric family, because it's a real genuine mission. What you just described is what Prometric's passion is to do, to give back and to make sure that we have that peaceful world, that we have those communities, and you've really lived that for your entire journey and will continue to do that, I'm sure, with everyone around the world, like you said.
Well, we're connecting people. I mean, and
Yes.
Kevin Barrett, our chief experience officer, he's the one, and then, in the last 5 years, he says, you can stay in mission and the need globally that we have up in
Yes.
education. But you know what? So you go to Dubai for a conference to speak on a panel, and you meet the Secretary of Brazil, who's going to be on as well, up in his passion and the connection, and how do we support one another?
Yeah.
Across different languages. I mean, because he
Yes.
speaks Portuguese, I speak Spanish, and we try to mesh and connect and
Yes.
build these relationships because we are all on the same path. And I
Yeah.
think, what we're doing today, what we're gonna continue to work as a company, globally, is like nobody else is doing it. I think that is what excites me every single day.
What a proud mission to have. I
Yeah.
feel so blessed every day, as you do, I'm sure, to work with people around the world, and education and that whole idea of building community and peace is a uniter. I think we could talk all day, and I would love to
Yeah.
keep you all day, but I know you have places to go and things to do. As people are getting to know the Prometric family and the work not only that you're doing in Global K-12, but all of our groups, what's the best way? What would you suggest that people do to get to know Prometric better? We talk a little bit about our new website. We talk a little bit about the work that we're doing that's like innovation like you cannot believe, right? You mentioned AI, you mentioned our different tools that we're developing. It feels like overnight and always with a child and a teacher in mind. What's the best way for folks to learn more about what you and your team and Prometric is doing?
Well, I think the website, but also, I mean, I know we're hosting webinars. I mean, look for us,
Yes.
and be a partner, because I think one of the things that folks need to understand is that we want to be your thought partner. We're not going
Yes.
to come in and tell you what to do. Is we're going to give you the tools, but look for on our website, prometric.com. Reach out to us, and we have a team that is across the globe.
Yes.
So really let us know how we can, provide some assistance, because we have some of the brightest and the best.
It really, it doesn't have to be anyone on their own, right? I think we,
Yep.
as a connected family and as the world focused on Education Day, can do a lot of this together and should do it together. Dr. Jara, it is always a pleasure to spend time with you and to hear
Likewise.
your passion. It is something that, like you said, we've talked about for a long time, and you speak so much from the heart, and we really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Well, no, thank you for having me, and have a great day. Thanks so much, Debbie. Always good to see you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Jesus Jara, for your inspiring words and for being part of #Education Day. And of course, thank you so much to Prometric. We are so grateful to you for your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the #Education Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now, we're excited to introduce Marina Ponti, Global Director, UN SDG Action Campaign. Please join me in welcoming Marina Ponti to #Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Marina from the SDG Global Action Campaign, welcome to #Education Day.
I'm so happy to be here, Jeremy. Always a pleasure to have a conversation with you.
Thank you, Marina. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you is, could you talk to us about your journey, well, particularly your kind of education journey that made you want to be a part of this today?
So, Jeremy, I've been a campaigner all my life. But the first global campaign I was involved with was the Global March Against Child Labor, which was a movement organized many decades ago, led by Kailash Satyarthi from India, who then was awarded a Nobel Prize, who was a massive movement that went all across all continents, bringing the voice of children who were rescued from exploitation and forced labor. And this march meant, particularly for me, at the time I was working for an Italian NGO, to organize parliamentary hearings, street demonstration, workshop, work in the school, putting the spotlight on these children who were rescued from, again, exploitation and from forced labor, and have them tell the story to parliamentarians, to decision makers, to other children their same age. And to me, those stories, also the story of Iqbal, you may remember him. He was a Pakistani child who was killed when he was 12 because he escaped from a carpet factory in Pakistan, and he led a movement to empower children to refuse to force labor and to seek for education. So all these stories mark, I was very young at the time, a very visible sign of me on how unjust and unequal our world is. And to me, fighting for the root causes of the injustice has been since then like my main priority. But if we nail down on a strategy to start addressing some of these very deep inequalities, education is the first step. So fighting inequality and using quality education for all is the first step.
Marina, thank you. And thank you for that information. I can see why it's so important to you. So the SDG Global Action Campaign has been a huge success in raising awareness of some of the most important issues, and congratulations to you and your team for all the incredible hard work that you've been doing. I want to ask you, in relation to education, how do you think the SDG Global Action Campaign and the global goals has brought the issue of education and its importance to the young people of our world?
So very quickly, first of all, on the campaign, for those who may not know us, we do mainly three things. And first, in which we believe a lot. The first is we engage with civil society, youth, and other marginalized groups, and we make sure they are engaged in policy making at all levels, because we want to contribute in our humble way to rebuild the trust between citizen and institution, and dialogue is the first step. The second thing we do and we believe is in the power of art and creativity to inspire action and lasting positive change. We believe that people will only change their behavior or shift their life when they are touched in their heart and emotion, not only listening to data and to fact. And we believe in how art can unleash that transformative change. And third, every year we launch a call for application, and we run an SDG Action Awards program where we look for change maker and initiatives that are making a difference all over the world, often in very challenging contexts of poverty, of conflict, of climate devastation. And because through this program, we not only want to celebrate those heroes and those change makers, but we want to convey a message of hope and of possibility to more people. And somehow you ask me, what's your role, with the global, with the issue of education? As a global campaign, everything we do relates to education. We believe in communicating to empower people with information and resources so they can become agents for change towards a vision of a more equal and sustainable world. As Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And also, and let me end here, some of our SDG Action Awards finalists are also on the front line of education. We had a finalist from Zimbabwe in the edition in 2024, who through a very effective campaign, Every Child in School, she changed the legislation in Zimbabwe to allow for free education for every children, particularly those who were left outside the school system. And then for a very funny coincidence, but it's not a coincidence, I just recorded today a message for another finalist from our SDG Action Award program, who has been an advocate for, again, education for children, particularly focusing on the Almajiri children, who are a minority of street children in Nigeria who are left out of any protection, and including school system. And is organizing a conference, today on the Education Day, to bring the spotlight to these children and to bring together policymakers, because we need data, we need access to education and policy that can really build inclusive community. So this is just a few examples.
Absolutely incredible and wonderful that you are honouring and Raising awareness of those initiatives that are out there in the world, as you say, in really challenging situations. I mean, real heroes, right? Doing everything that they can to make a difference against all the odds. Wonderful that you do that and raise awareness of people like that. It's really special. Well done, Marina. I want to ask you, days like this, why is it important that we focus, at least for one day, on the importance of education? Why is it important?
So days like these are very important because they put the spotlight on issues that often are neglected, like education. And to me, education is particularly important because it kind of defines the overall well-being of a country. Let me give you a very specific example. As you know, the United Nations Development Program set up, created the index of the Human Development Report a few decades ago, which is an index that somehow ranks country based on the well-being of the country in terms of human development, which is the development which is human-centered. And somehow it's interesting to see which are the indicators that are used to define a country that is really focusing, their development on people and on the well-being of people. And in this very important index, there are 3 dimensions. One is, of course, income, because this is very important. The second element is life expectancy, because this is also define the well-being of people and of the society. And the third is the level of education. So somehow education is not just one kind of add-on or nice to have, is key to define, the well-being of people. And also it's a key link to the future. We often talk about, the next generation or how we can leave a healthy planet, in terms of the environment to the new generation. But I think education is the best investment to create the transition to the future, to equip the people, the young, very young people from, elementary school today with the tools so that they can grow and they can make their country become more prosperous, more equal, and they can become agent to build a better society for tomorrow. When we see the data on education today, they are really negative data. I'm sure today you'll hear from many other people. There are still 250 million children and youth who are out of school. And there are still today 763 million adults that are illiterate. And sadly, again, and it goes back to the issue of inequality, there are also staggering difference between, children out of school in Europe or North America, which is about 3%. And then if we go to Asia, the number is higher, 43% of children out of school. And if we go to sub-Saharan Africa, the number is higher again and reaches 84%. So these huge inequalities are again another staggering factor that nobody of us should accept. And sometimes when we look into education and all the gaps, there is also a shortage of 44 million teachers that are really not in their role. So sometimes that's also a huge problem. And of course, when look at education, many people say, okay, one gap is the financing gap. And accordingly to the award of that report of 2024, prepared by the UN Trade and Development Organization, today around 3.3 billion of people, which is around 40% of the population of our globe, live in countries that are spending more on repaying the interest, not even the debt, the interest on the debt, than on education or on health. And again, this shows how we live in a world where countries are being forced to choose between servicing their creditors, and in today's numbers of debt, those creditors are mostly private company or banks or private investor, or serving their people, delivering basic human rights to them, including education. So I think we know by now that we live in a world where we have the resources to address and to deliver education and other basic human rights to everyone. What we're missing are effective redistribution systems that allow asset and financial flows to really be more equitably redistributed and to reach everyone in every country, and within every country, the most vulnerable segment of the population, which often are children who are, who don't have a say in policy making, but often have a bigger burden in terms of conflict, poverty, and other and climate devastation.
Incredible, Marina. That is absolutely fascinating. Life expectancy, income, and education being the kind of the main things that are focused on to see whether a country's thriving. Makes complete sense. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. I want to ask you about goal 4, quality education. If you think, I'm sure when you do a job like yours, all of the goals must be absolutely fascinating for you. Into every day must be just so interesting. But when you look back at this, when you get to the end of this campaign and you look back over the 15 years of work and you think about goal 4, so far, because there's still time left in the campaign, but goal 4, what will be some of the highlights for you? How do you feel that goal has worked out there in the world?
So at the campaign, although every goal is different and is of critical importance, we believe in the goals as the pin that is a circle. And the circle means that there is a unity. And what we mean by that is that you cannot achieve any of the goals if you don't achieve them all. So somehow the beauty, or if you want to say the other coins, the other face of the coins would be the challenges and the difficulties of the goal, is that to really fully achieve any of the goal, you need the others. And there are very strong linkages between any of the goals. When we look at education, and if you want to maybe look at education next to gender equality, which is the next one, of course, you cannot achieve any of the goals of gender equality if you don't invest in education, particularly for girls and women. And then if you look at other indicators of the gender equality, like policy participation or even economic empowerment, of course, you go back to the need of having access to not just education, but quality education. So it's also, if we look at some of the challenges of our society affecting children, starting from child marriage, again, education is a very powerful strategy to empower young girls and their mother and their family to refuse certain practice. And also, if you want to see, I think if we still see too many pictures, when we see the picture of the G7 leaders, G20 leaders, but sadly, even the General Assembly in September, there are still a staggering larger number of men, leading countries. So this can start, the kind of a political shift that we need starts with education. So I think education is really a very important tool for social mobility. And of course, education is key to, for instance, gender equality, but also education is key for fighting inequalities, because the moment everyone is equipped with the tool, they can all aspire to, to build more equitable societies. But also when we look at health, there are very strong links. We had the COVID pandemic. We had a lot of misinformation about what to do, what not to do, or about the vaccination. There are a lot of misinformation still in the world about vaccination in general. So education can help family and mother and caretaker to take the right health decision. But also if we look at reproductive health, giving girls and women more information about their sexual health will reduce mortality and also will increase life expectancy. But even if we look at other goals like decent jobs, education and training are key. If we look at energy, if we look at innovation, of course, education is the first step. So I'm saying this to show how much the goals are interlinked, and which is something beautiful, because it shows that development cannot be seen as a kind of a silos. So also many other goals are essential for education. If we look at the nutrition goal, or fighting hunger, if children are hungry and are not sufficiently healthy, they cannot learn, even if they are in the classroom. If we look at goal 16 about peace and having a peaceful societies or transparent institution, if children risk their life to go to school, or if there are threats, or if schools are bombarded, then of course that's not helping in reaching the goal of education. So education can be an accelerator of other goals, but other goals are also prerequisite for achieving education. So the goals are really united and are really a partnership between everyone.
Yeah, incredible, absolutely amazing. They're inspirational. It's an amazing campaign, and so well thought through. How you designed it, the look and the feel of it. It's just absolutely brilliant. And I really wish you the very best, Marina, with the final stages of the campaign in relation to these 15 years. So really good luck with it. At Peace One Day, we'll always do everything we can to raise awareness of your incredible work. And the goals are, of course, an inspiration to me personally on a daily basis, particularly, of course, Goal 16, Peace and Justice. But as you say, they're all interlinked. It's one big united program. So lastly, for people who want to become involved, to find out more, where do they go?
So the first thing, wherever you are, in any country, there are civil society organizations working on education. You can join them, you can support them. I have a 17-year-old daughter who is doing tutoring for refugees in our town. So there are so many opportunities where you can really engage and share the knowledge and support organization working on education. A second very simple action, the UN has launched a few years ago, Act Now, which is an app which you can download on your phone, where you can commit to taking action, and then you can see the impact of your action. And these are action on climate, these are action on social, and these are action on peace and in more inclusive society. So I think this is another very, very practical tool. And the third, we encourage you to watch and keep monitoring the UN SDG Action Awards website, And when the next call for application will be out, please help us to disseminate it and also to see whether you are watching us are one of the next, round of finalists or winner, or whether you know somebody that should receive this recognition and send the message of hope to everyone.
Amazing. Marina, the very best of luck with everything that you're doing. And thank you for joining #Education Day.
Thank you, Jeremy. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Marina Ponti, for that fascinating interview. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Stuart Udell, CEO of Prometric. We are incredibly grateful to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Stuart Udell to #Education Day, interviewed by Dr. Debbie Crimmins, Senior Vice President of the Center of Excellence in Education, Prometric.
Hi, Stuart. Welcome to #Education Day. I have been looking forward to this time with you. I know you're as passionate as I am when it comes to education and global initiatives. For those of you who don't know Stuart Udell, CEO of Prometric, he's on this journey with us to make sure that we are supporting and embracing education around the world. This is a conversation that I know we are going to have a good time with. You know, when we start thinking about Education Day, I wonder, Stuart, if you might share a little bit about your own journey. You've always been really passionate and committed to education, and I'd love everyone who's joining us today to learn a little bit about what that story is.
Sure. Well, thank you, Debbie. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of Education Day and join such an important initiative and effort. My education journey was a little bit accidental. I was in graduate school studying business, and quite frankly, when I looked around at what was out there in terms of other opportunities, I was not that excited in consumer packaged goods or consulting or working on Wall Street. To me, I wanted something that was a little bit more mission oriented, where I could look back 40 years later and say, wow, I had a little bit of an impact. I ended up answering a job ad for an educational services organization. And that was the beginning of my world. Now, looking backwards, though, it made a lot of sense, because when I look at my family, my mom was an administrator in my school district, and my dad ran a third-generation family business. So it made a lot of sense to look at that cross-section or that intersection of education and business. I've since spent my whole career in this space. I've been the CEO of now 5 education companies, culminating, of course, in Prometric, which I'm super excited about. But I also think it's really important for all executives in this space to also spend time in the nonprofit world. So I, as you know, have long been involved in the National Dropout Prevention Center, which actually, despite its title, is international in scope, trying to keep more kids in school. I work with the Successful Practices Network to look for how to emulate best practices in schools that are working well, really across the nation and the globe. And lastly, I have been involved in the 2025 National Learning Commission for Equity, because it's really important to make sure that all kids, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic background, religion, but all kids have an opportunity to access a great education and to access all of the opportunities that comes with a great education.
Yes. I mean, it's really, if you think about it, it's always been in your blood. You know, we've been fortunate to spend time together And to hear that that journey even started with your family, it brings me back to myself as thinking about, even teaching at that Raggedy Ann blackboard when I was young and dragging my younger brother in, like really always having a calling to educate and to teach. And what's so amazing about your journey with that is not only did that start with your family, as you've worked through your professional journey, you've come to places where that's the mission. And that is the purpose. I think about what we're doing at Prometric, so incredibly proud of how we look at the importance of education for folks who are new to Prometric. And I know a lot of
Yes.
people are joining us today and great followers and partners with us, but talk a little bit maybe about what that mission of education feels like at Prometric, because you've been leading that and really helping us shout that from the rooftops.
Well, I'm glad you talked about the word mission, because we are very, very mission oriented. While we have a business purpose, of course, we do good. We do well as a byproduct of doing good. So connecting to mission is really, really important. Our mission is rooted in building the workforce of tomorrow. That's really the way we think about things. And we think about building the workforce as a journey, starting all the way back in school, perhaps even elementary school, but certainly middle and high school, all the way through, your early jobs and your college, your early jobs, and your certifications and such down the road. Prometric is, I'd say, the global leader in skills development and credentialing. We operate in a number of domains. First, in the professional certification space. So if you need licensure for your job, or if you need to, get certain credentials or certifications, we provide those certifications for about 1,400 exams for about 400 clients in the areas of healthcare, financial services, government services, academia. So that's kind of the first big part of what we do. Secondly, we work in the K-12 space because we think it's very important in any domain of education to take it back to K-12. When we talk to our clients, even folks who are involved with, trading securities on Wall Street, or, emergency medical technicians in the Middle East, they all say things like, I want to make sure that kids know about these career opportunities at an earlier age. So we're doing a lot of work in K-12 education. We also do a fair bit of work in language education, first in English language, which is one of the languages kind of most commonly used around the world for business purposes and for economic development purposes. But we also do Japanese language certification. So language, particularly key languages, is the way to access education in other parts of the world. And lastly, we have lots of consumer offerings. So while we work with hundreds of clients delivering more than 1,000 exams, we also offer a lot of our own exams in English language, in food safety, in insurance, and in construction management, and a variety of other domains. The last thing I'd say is we're truly a global organization. So we offer certification exams in 161 countries around the world, largely in North America, but also in the Middle East, in Europe, in Asia, being our major markets, but also a little bit now in Africa, in Latin America, and South America. So we're a global business in that regard. And we also think a lot about innovation. So while we're always innovating, it's part of what we do. As we all know, artificial intelligence has created an inflection point in every industry in the world. But while AI can, improve education through personalization and individualization, which is really awesome, we also have to make sure that we're validating skill acquisition in a way that is important, because we don't know what all those inputs look like anymore with AI. So we're really spending a lot internally, and clearly are the leader in the space in terms of driving AI into the way we build assessments and items, the way we catalog and align those items, the way we score those assessments, and the way we build security into testing so that we know it's valid. It's a valid measure of really critical skills.
Yeah, the smile on my face, I can't help, because we definitely are on a mission, like you said. There are so many things that you just talked about, and you think about as a mission of looking at global education. We're doing that from school to the journey for a candidate to the career that they're pursuing to the way we use technology to innovate. There is no piece that I feel like Prometric's not touching. So as you were doing all that, my smile just kept getting bigger and bigger because I thought, we will not rest. We will not stop. We will keep thinking
That's
about,
right.
right, how to do this, how to keep doing this. I think that's probably why this was such a good match for us when we think about hashtag Education Day. Why was this? I can't even imagine what your schedule looks like. And you're globally traveling and you're supporting all of our clients and our partners, as is the whole team. Why was this important, do you think, for Prometric to sponsor?
Well, look, education is the global democratizer, right? When we really talk about how we take, very importantly, individuals and allow them to upskill so that they can access opportunity and all the things that come with economic opportunity, like, great healthcare and longevity of life and the ability to, build families. That's at the individual level. But when you take the collection of all those well-educated individuals and put them together, now we're talking about building entire communities, entire workforces, really entire nations. And in the flattening of the world, we know what technology allows us to do. Education is the critical ingredient in building both individuals and those communities and those economies. So to me, it's just absolutely
It's all
critically
connected,
important.
right? It's
Yeah.
all connected. I think,
There's
the
no
way
question. And we're also talking about, again, the connection of K-12 education with
Yes.
higher education, with industry and workforce opportunity. And that is, the really powerful combination that now enables, again, both individuals and entire communities and nations to access a different level of opportunity.
And the connections for communities has always been something that you've been passionate about, that if we look at what education can do to give opportunities to young people, to people on that candidate journey, those young people, those candidates, they come back, right? And they affect that community. They grow the community.
That's right.
They look at the workforce of the future. I think, if we stopped and we felt, how education, how this work, how these connections create a more peaceful environment, right? The really almost that kind of deep, passionate piece of what can this do for even helping people to connect more, to be more empathetic, to be more part of a humanitarian even type of mission. What's your thoughts a little bit about what education does as the root for that when it comes to peace?
Well, look, I think it's part of the reason we've stepped, wholeheartedly into K-12 education, because we've got to start younger, and certainly academic skills are critical. We need great readers. We need great mathematicians. We need great writers. We need kids who understand science at an early age. That is critically important. But if next to those academic skills, we secondly infuse workforce skills. So it's not too young in middle and high school to start to think about, I think I'm interested in a career in healthcare. What does that look like? What are the requisite skills I need in that area? So we're thinking a lot about how to innovate career and technical education in the middle and high school level, and potentially even back to the elementary school level. So we've got the academic skills, we have the workforce skills, but then we think about those durable skills that are everlasting, as you're talking about, that can lead to peace and much bigger things. So we're talking about teamwork and collaboration and what it's work, communication skills and how to work, with empathy, and how to work in a connected environment, a truly global environment. So that's why working with hashtag Education Day and Peace Day is so important.
Yeah, it does all come full circle, right? If we are not only thinking about what, the latest technology can do for innovation, if we're not only thinking about what, new ways of getting certification or credentialization, but if we're also thinking about how we interact as humans, how we communicate, how we work together, and how we can use our mission to help that does truly lead to a peaceful universe, really, when you think about it. And
there's no
really,
question.
blessed to be at Prometric with you, with everyone in this Prometric family, because I think it is in our DNA, that idea that education is the global uniter. You know, for folks that want to learn more about us, Stuart, and want to reach out to us, you know, what's the best way for people who are new to Prometric and this mission? How do they do that?
Well, the easiest thing, of course, is to go to www.prometric.com. We've got a great new website that just launched last month.
We do.
There's a lot of resources there, certainly.
Yes.
So you can see what conferences we'll be at, like IATP, I think now, and the
Yes.
ATP conference coming up in March, ASU GSV in April. But we also have, you know, fantastic white papers, webinars that are archived, with also new great webinars coming up. In fact, I think our next webinar is with our Chief Academic Officer, Nikki Etchell, who will be talking about really innovative things in the world of virtual reality as applied to education and career training. So there's a lot there. I think that's the best place to.
I think they can definitely more than find us. Stuart, I would spend all day talking to you, and I have felt so blessed just to have this conversation with you today. It's so apparent that it's in your heart when it comes to peace, when it comes to education, and everything that not only you represent at Prometric, but for all of us. So I want to thank you for spending some time with me today. And I want to thank everyone for joining us and listening to this truly heartfelt convo.
Wonderful. Thank you, Debbie. It's always a pleasure. I appreciate you. And I'll look forward to watching some of the other fantastic speakers as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Stuart Udell, for your wonderful words. And thank you to our sponsor, Prometric. We are so honored to have your support of us today for #Education Day 2025. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Next, we are thrilled to welcome the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, Gabriela Ramos, who is a global leader in the education space. Please join me in welcoming Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, Gabriela Ramos, to #Education Day. Let's go to her statement now.
I'm very glad to participate today in the Peace One Day celebration with the focus on education today. And of course, you might think, why do we need to be talking about education? Education is just the basis for people to succeed in life or to be well prepared to confront the challenges in general. But education is not delinked from the many developments that the world is confronting now. Actually, I would say that education is the basis to address them, because it's what equips us not only to go into the labor market, but equip us to be an agent for change. And let me just reflect on where we are now, which is January of 2025. We are in the context in which social polarization is very high, in which disinformation and misinformation in the digital platforms may separate us further, in which populism is on the rise because many leaders prefer to divide and conquer instead of bringing societies together. We live in the world that is really falling behind in terms of the delivering of climate change. We were thinking in 2015, when the Paris Agreement was agreed, that we were going to arrive to 1.5 Celsius centigrades to preserve the world as we know it, at least. And now we are not even on track to be in 2% or 2.5. I mean, people don't even want to mention what is the trajectory that we are confronting now, or that we are going to be experiencing, but it's more like that than what we need to be in terms of delivering on these challenges. And then this polarization is also fueled by the fact that the world is highly unequal. If you have 60% of the wealth of the world in the hands of a lucky few, while half of the population in the world lives with $2, $3, $5 per day, is not a world that looks at peace. And yes, finally, even though we are really proud that there is the possibility of this ceasefire in the Middle East, that the hostages are being released, that it seems that there is a way to achieve peace again in the Middle East. The war in Ukraine continues, the war in Yemen continues, the war in so many places, in many countries, internal fights, external fights. We are now talking about solving issues, economic issues, by the means of force, which I don't think is the way we should go. And therefore, Peace One Day, that was this idea to push for finding the solutions in a collaborative way, in an understanding way, it's all the more important. And UNESCO joins this day because, of course, we are the education institution in the UN system, but we are also the culture institution, the intercultural institution, because we were created with this idea that diversity is a strength and that we can learn to live each other, to love each other by getting to know each other, by being open in terms of languages, music, cultural experiences, social codes, but that we should be open to understand others and learn to live together in peace. And we are the institution also that is focusing on science. And I'm going to take a little bit more time about that because science is underpinning everything we do. We have seen it with the artificial intelligence revolution, not only changing the way we operate in our daily lives, but actually doing it as a very, very fast pace. We just forget that is the scientific discoveries that are allowing us to have these technologies in our house, in our mobile phone, in our day-to-day way of living, in our workplace, everywhere. But the fact is that this is the science that allows us to do that. It's the science that allows us to get, for example, the vaccine against COVID in just 1 year. It's the science that is helping us to really move into very important solutions all around the world. But science needs to also be done in an ethical manner. Science needs to be trusted because of populism and because of all these things that I mentioned. Trust in science is also declining because whose science do you believe? If you go into these big social platforms that are now, thanks to their CEOs, not going to be looking into strengthening content moderation as they did in the past, whose science are you going to trust? How are you going to know that whatever you read is based on really scientific evidence? And therefore, science is also under a lot of stress. And science should also be done ethically. Today, we were celebrating the life of Federico Mayor, who was the Director General of UNESCO. And he was promoting not only a culture of peace, but he also promoted something wonderful that continues to be super relevant, which is the ethics of science and technology. Since 3 decades ago, UNESCO has been working on ensuring that all the technological developments, being the human genome, we were almost about to clone Dolly, the chip, if you remember some years ago, but we did not, because it's not that you can, it's to reflect if you should, and on which moral grounds you should be doing that. And therefore that reframed the conversation about the human genome into something that is much more careful about the ethical considerations. We developed the ethics of AI, of artificial intelligence, to ensure that this is not a technological conversation, but a societal one, the social impact, and to ensure that whatever happens in the digital space preserves the human rights and human dignity that we have been building up for so many years around the world. And therefore, these elements that Federico put together in this agenda and that our Director General today, Andrea Soler, has been really pushing very strongly, are still holding because it's the moral ground that will help us bring societies together, build again trust in science, and do the technological revolutions that we are confronting, and as I said, that are so fast, in an ethical way, thinking about human dignity, thinking about gender equality, because women are also lagging behind, thinking about climate change, and thinking about what do we need these technologies for? Because it's not the technologies, it's us humans and the world we want to build. And that's why we are so proud about the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And lastly, education. Why? Because there are lots of young people out there that need this education. My dear colleague Stefania Giannini, who leads the work on education here in UNESCO, is making a very strong call for education to be an instrument for peace. And member states adopted a resolution that is exactly doing that, or education for the environment. At the end, it's education for critical thinking. It's education to understand each other. It's education to avoid becoming a racist. It's education for being ourselves, somebody that contributes to build a better world. And then education for our younger population. My sector, which is the sector on social and human sciences, is in charge of anti-racism, on ethics of science and technology, on the evidence base for science and protecting scientists, but it's also in charge of youth. And young people, we know the generation that is coming is highly critical, very anxious about climate, very anxious about digital, with mental health issues that are growing by the day. And therefore, we also need to ensure that education becomes a tool for all the young people, not only to understand where they are in this world, but also to use it for change. And that's why I invite you. We are going to be launching with 17, we did it with Nestlé before, a youth grant scheme, meaning that young people around the world that are doing amazing things, NGOs, launching activities, helping communities, promoting sports, promoting gender equality, we are going to be supporting them with financial support, but also with some managerial training and connecting with each other to deliver better on their own initiatives, but also for the world. This youth grant scheme is something that we are very fond of because we have seen how much this support can change lives through youth-led action. So, as I said at the beginning, very complex scenario, very complex landscape, worrisome in so many respects. But at the end, I think that by coming together with Education Today and Peace One Day with Jeremy Gilley, our dear friend, we can try to use all these instruments to deliver for good and to ensure that the world evolves in a much more peaceful and a much more respectful manner. And this is the way UNESCO has always been striving for. So have a nice discussion and let's keep on celebrating this day.
Thank you so much to the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, Gabriela Ramos, for your thoughtful words and your incredible work at UNESCO. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now, we are excited to introduce our next guest, Heather Simpson, Chief Program Officer at Room to Read. Please join me in welcoming Heather Simpson to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley.
Heather Simpson from Room to Read, welcome to hashtag Education Day.
Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here.
So first thing I'd like to ask you, Heather, is tell us about yourself and your journey.
So I currently serve as Room to Read's Chief Program Officer. My journey started when I was born. My parents read to me as a baby and really developed and fostered that love of reading. I still remember hearing my father's voice when he would read to me at night, and I feel the happiness still to this day. I knew from a very early age that every child in the whole world deserves the right to read, to learn, to thrive. And I began my reading journey when I was in Mexico. We lived there for 4 years, and I learned how to read in Spanish before I learned how to read in English. And when I returned back to the United States in 4th grade, my parents needed to support the school system to understand that I was a bilingual child and I was more comfortable reading in Spanish than I was in English. And the school system in California at the time needed to understand that that was my reality rather than shut me to the side because I was a slow, reluctant reader in English. They needed to figure out how to unlock my love of reading and support my journey. And so that too has really influenced my desire to make sure children can read in languages they understand and they have access to books in languages they understand. After college, I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Honduras. And in that part of my journey, I was working with hillside farmers on improved agriculture. And I was also working with adolescents to help them learn life skills they needed to thrive and keep themselves healthy and develop more effective ways to communicate with one another. And that too has influenced my work now at Room to Read, where we focus on supporting adolescents to develop key life skills they need to navigate their own lives, to make their own decisions, to problem solve together. And I'm just thrilled that I've been able to learn from my own experiences and bring it into my work every day.
Heather, thank you. Room to Read is an incredible organisation, and I'm glad we've had the opportunity to work together before. I want to ask you, Heather, why is the UN International Day of Education so important to Room to Read?
The International Day of Education is crucial in that education is a fundamental human right. We are so appreciative of the UN for highlighting human rights and education being one of the core. We believe world change starts with education. That is core to Room to Read's work. It informs our everyday decision making here. And I'm just, I think every day needs to be the day of education. However, I'm glad that these special days do exist to bring a spotlight to key issues. And I do believe that education is foundational to creating a more peaceful world. The International Day of Education lines up with Room to Read's core expertise in this area. And we're hopeful that this day can inspire others to join the journey and make sure that every child, every adolescent in the world secures their right to education as well.
Amazing. I'd like you, Heather, for those who don't know, could you tell us about the mission of Room to Read?
Yeah, absolutely. So Room to Read was founded in 2000, as I said, with the belief that world change starts with education. We envision a world free from illiteracy and free from gender inequality. We focus on supporting educators to improve the work they're doing with children to develop foundational literacy skills so those children can learn in dignified ways and become lifelong learners. We also focus on supporting adolescents to develop key life skills they need to navigate key life decisions, learn and thrive over the course of their lives.
Amazing. And for those who don't know, Room to Read have got incredible social media following and lots of amazing information. So please do visit and join and be a part of Room to Read. I want to ask you, the really important question for me is, can you talk to me about how important education is in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world? And if anything needs to evolve in relation to it being supportive of such a result, what would it be?
Absolutely. So again, Room to Read's core expertise is on literacy and life skills. And we have chosen these areas because they are foundational learning. We absolutely believe that if every child in the world has literacy skills from a very early age, they will be able to use those literacy skills to become lifelong learners. We know the world is facing many complex challenges, and those complex challenges, inequality, poverty, health issues, all of these things lead to tension, lead to conflict. And we believe that if every person in the world is literate, every person in the world develops life skills such as communication, conflict resolution, decision making, they will be able to navigate the challenges that obviously will happen from day to day. And with more foundational skills such as literacy and life skills, those people will help take down the tensions. They will help be able to navigate differences in a more peaceful way rather than fighting and creating more conflict in the world. Therefore, our hypothesis, which I believe is true, is that if every child, every adolescent secures their right to education, secures deeper love of reading, practices their skills of conflict resolution, of communication, they will create more peaceful societies, and collectively, the world will be a more peaceful place.
Thank you so much for that, Heather, and that makes complete sense. Finally, I want to say, if people would like to support Room to Read, how can they do that?
Thank you for that question. It's so crucial and important, and there's many ways people can get involved. One way is read to every child and with every adolescent in your life. So that is one quick win that we can all do. Read more with each other. The other, more specifically to Room to Read, you can visit our website, www.roomtoread.org. And on there, you'll see a drop-down menu of getting involved. And you can donate money if you would like to. You can also sign up to receive updates through our newsletter. You can also you can volunteer with us and create activities in your own community to elevate the mission of literacy and gender inequality alleviation. You can we even have some tips on what types of activities you can do with your communities to raise awareness on this key issue. So I do encourage you to visit our website, www.roomtoread.org. We are a book publisher, and we have books in many, many different languages. And I know a lot of your viewers are logging in from many places around the world. I encourage you also to go to our digital library. So that is at literacycloud.org. And there you'll find many books on many different topics in many different languages. We do have a book collection, our Peace and Equality collection, which is specifically talking about peace. Room to Read is a publisher, so we work with local authors, local illustrators, and partner with other publishers to create content that is supportive of both fostering a love of reading as well as deepening children and adolescents' understanding of key issues. And peace is one of those issues we believe children should explicitly learn about, because there are actual things that they can do in their own lives to create a more peaceful world. So check out those Peace and Equality books at literacycloud.org.
Amazing. Heather Simpson, Room to Read, thank you for participating in #Education Day, and the good luck on your incredible journey.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate you including us in this important effort.
That was the incredible Heather Simpson, such an amazing figure from the world of education. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now, we are honoured to introduce Nikki Eachell, Chief Assessment Officer at Prometric, and Sandy Ogg, Chairman of the Board, Prometric. Please join me in welcoming Nikki Eachell and Sandy Ogg to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Dr. Debbie Crimmins, Senior Vice President of the Centre of Excellence in Education, Prometric.
Well, hi, Sandy. Hi, Nikki. Welcome to hashtag Education Day. I have been so excited to spend a little bit of time with you. In fact, we'd like to spend the whole day together, but I know we only have 15 minutes. For those of you who don't know these wonderful partners that I have joining me today, Sandy Ogg is the founder of CEO Works and chairman of the board for Prometric, a passionate believer in education. I'm also joined by Nikki Eachell. She is our chief assessment officer at Prometric, another very, very passionate person about the innovation of education. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic. Happy to be here.
Oh, good. You know, I thought about this conversation and how we were going to really connect and chat. And I think it starts with a journey, the question about how even each of you have come to be passionate, to be in love with education. It might be your own journey, but why is education such a key part of what you do, what you've maybe always done, and what you want all of the folks joining us today to know about?
Speaking for myself, Debbie, my passion for education is probably rooted in my family. And we grew up, and my dad was a physicist, and we were doing math problems and physics problems at dinner. And and one of the things that he used to say at the beginning of the school year was that we should really get to know and understand the teacher that we had. And his definition of the world's worst teacher is when the notes of the teacher become the notes of the student without passing through the mind of either.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And so I was always, and his follow-up was, and you have to play your part. In other words, those notes have to pass through your mind too.
Right.
And so we were talking about learning and so forth a lot.
Right.
When I was growing up. So that's
what
a
wonderful way to remember that, Sandy, right? Like sitting around the table and having that conversation even from the very beginning, and knowing how important that piece was going to be for the rest of your life, and being an active participant, right, as well. Good thoughts from your dad, giving you really good guidance there. Nikki, I bet education's been a big part for not only you, but for your family. I know we talk about that a lot.
Yeah, I'm married to an educator, so we do talk about education a lot. I would say we often sat around the table with our kids talking about education, talking about their day. I don't know that I ever gave a physics problem, so I will have to say that wasn't sort of where I landed. But I think where I get a passion, certainly for education, is probably because of my own journey of I've been in the assessment industry for about 30 years. But I never would have imagined a specific educational path that would get me there. What got me into the education or the assessment and education industry was just having access and opportunity to a wide variety of subjects that allowed me to develop and find those interests and find those passions. And I think that's what's so critically important. Not everybody has that access to education or has that support to find where their talent lies, to have the development and the support to do that. And I know I wouldn't have ended up in such a rewarding industry if I didn't have the opportunity to be educated in a variety of things and find the areas where I have passion.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting for both of you. It sounds like people helped you find that journey. And as you thought about which way that path might take you, I was talking to our CEO last week for this very same event, and was reminded of my experiences at the Raggedy Ann Blackboard. And it was just always having that calling to teach, having my younger brother with me, dragging in neighbor kids, lining up. It was almost like a passion that we didn't even know was going to be ignited in us, even at a young age, and the journey takes its own pathway. I think, Sandy, that's how we found our way to working with the International Day of Education. Why is that so important to you? And I'd love to hear from both of you on that, but there's a reason why you're here participating in International Education Day. Sandy, what do you think that is?
Well, I think if we're trying to affect change in the world, and certainly we are there are so many people in the world that don't have access to a great education for all kinds of reasons. And if you don't create an awareness and a focus on it, then you can't move it forward. You can't make change. And I think having a day that is Education Day is such a cool idea and a great way to bring that kind of focus and attention on something as important as this.
Yeah.
And I know that when I was invited to become the chairman at Prometric, and I'm also the chairman at Nord Anglia Education, which is a large schools company. I felt in many ways like I was coming home, going all the way back to my
yes.
my relationship with my family and so on. But I think
it was kind of meant
important.
to be. It was meant to be, right, Sandy? Like when you think about the pieces that come to you that you might not even be looking for, what a wonderful way to connect back into how it even started. Nikki, I know you're just as passionate about when we think about what Prometric's doing from an assessment, a curriculum, a support, the access piece. Why was your mission to be part of this day as well?
I think what's first of all so exciting about this day is that we have an opportunity to reach a lot of people. We have innovations available to us to do a day like this and to reach people in different ways and spread awareness around the importance of it. And it's connected so nicely to what we do on a day-to-day basis now, which is trying to make sure we're taking full advantage of the innovations that we have available to us to make education not only more sort of available, more transparent, easier to access. And so it connects so nicely with bringing sort of our world into a smaller place together in a day of education to do that same thing as we make sort of new technology and new innovations available in every corner of the world to make sure we can spread the education as well as the Education Day.
You were like reading my mind when you said new technology, new innovation. I would be remiss if I didn't say, like, the smile on my face as both of you talk is about the unbelievable work that I think Prometric is doing when it comes to not only providing, I loved, Sandy, your word, access to so many, but in different and new ways of being able to master skills and master content and get on that journey of whatever career path you're heading down. I think Prometric is definitely leading in that, and another just reason why this was such a good match for us. I wonder, are there a couple innovation pieces that are appropriate to talk about? I could talk for a long time about a lot of them, but I'm excited about some of those. I don't know, Nikki, if you want to maybe start about maybe some of those examples of where Prometric is really doing things differently to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to learn.
I think what's really exciting to me, there's such a wide variety of innovations that we have access to that we're utilizing in our day-to-day basis now, from generative AI for item development, AI for content classification to ensure that we can personalize learning to individual students' needs, VR assessment, skill-based assessment, micro-credentials. There's a wealth of them at this point, which is wonderful because we haven't had that before. But I think to me, the thing that's most important about all of those innovations is providing the opportunity for alternative pathways to proficiency. We've always had sort of one way to get to your proof of education, your degree. Either you graduate or you don't, either you go to college or you don't, or you get the job or you don't. And now there's a lot of different opportunity to help students learn and show that proficiency in a variety of ways that really caters to their expertise, their talents, and their skills. And that's what's super exciting, because honestly, I don't think we've got in our world as big of a skill gap as everybody talks about. I think we have a skill identification gap. And now that we have an opportunity to show different pathways to proficiency, all that talent around the globe has more opportunity to come to the table and be seen. And that's the
It's
most
exciting. It is. It's why we are. I mean, when you think about the idea that there's not just one way to learn, there's not just one way to provide kind of your pathway on that journey to your career. Sandy, I know you have the pleasure of working with Nikki a lot. You know, we are blessed. We look at her as our role model when it comes to a lot of these topics. What are some of the pieces that you are most proud of with Prometric and when it comes to innovation and education? I know you could talk about a lot of things as you spend time with Nikki, but what are you most proud of, Sandy?
I would start with the role that assessment plays in virtually everyone's life.
Yes.
And when you think about the choices that have been made about us as people all throughout our lives, where someone made a choice about, you know, when I was 9 years old, I made the Little League baseball team.
Yes.
And someone made a choice when I was given an appointment to the United States Coast Guard Academy. A choice was made. And these are things that have shaped my life, or whether I was chosen to be the chairman of Prometric. These were all based upon one kind of assessment or another. And what I think is so important about the role that Prometric plays is we know, because of some of the work of Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, that we all have bias, cognitive bias of various kinds. It's not just the capital B bias that people talk about. This is real, the way that our mind works, and therefore choices are being made based upon bias. But when we can introduce real evidence and real facts into the decision-making process and produce simple scores, like many of the assessments that Nikki and her team are working on, this changes everything.
Absolutely.
Because now the choices are being made on evidence. And when that is pretty big and pretty important. And then when those assessments are backed up with whether it's virtual reality technology or whether that is artificial intelligence, it's just making the evidence that much more visible, that much more available to people's minds. And I have had the pleasure today to be with Nikki, talking to people at the Ministry of Education, and just hearing all of the science that goes into this, and not overwhelming science, not confusing science. I'm talking about real, practical, accessible science in these kinds of choices that are made about everyone's lives every day.
What a wonderful way to be able to say you spent not only the day, but your life and a career, right? I smile and I look at the Prometric family all the time and all the folks that are joining us from around the world. And, you know, when you think about what we get to do every day to help people on their learning journey, to how to use that science, Sandy, I even like that real world science, that applicable science, and that word, that idea of choice. You know, I think for all of us who are joining today, that choice is also about how education helps to create a more peaceful world, right? How to make sure that as we're looking at our communities and our global connections around the world, that education can be the uniter, and it can be something that can bring us together. And perhaps that is because we're offering so many choices, and we're thinking about what it means to have that education journey and what it means to use technology and to have that passion that you're leading with. You know, as we kind of wrap up our time today, so many people have wanted to get to know Prometric more. And as you think about the ways to do that and the things that they might consider, we were excited about our new website that launched last week. We were sharing a little bit about that. Stuart and I, we were talking about, Nikki and your team, all the research that has been happening and the work we've been doing. If people want to learn more, they want to learn more about what Sandy and Nikki have just talked about and how to connect more with Prometric, how would you, both of you, recommend they do that? Are there any steps you'd suggest they take?
Well, certainly, as you said, there's our website. You can always go
Yes.
in and reach out and see sort of, as we like to call the tasting menu of things that are
Yes.
happening and good bite-sized components there. I think, Debbie, the work that you've been involved in making sure we have strong webinars that are just not overly complicated, just sort of getting people an idea of what we're working on and how things are changing. There's so much technology that's changing so fast for everybody. Understanding how it is applicable to both education and assessment, right, gets to be potentially overwhelming. So finding those bite-sized sort of pieces of information and determining where you want to go next, I always think is very helpful. And then there's certainly lots of information and primers out there about considerations around AI in education, about other opportunities for, say, durable skill evaluation in education, and certainly reaching out to any of us to have ongoing conversations is something we're all very excited to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sandy, any last thoughts on that as well? You've said you've got to spend a great day with Nikki. I'm sure they're one of many great days when you all are together.
Yeah, no, I would say that no one will find Prometric difficult to locate. But the magic of the place is the people.
Yes.
And
yes.
so if you reach out and contact us, any of us,
Yes.
you're going to find a group of warm, passionate, caring, leaned in, switched on people, and that's what makes it special.
Yes, what a blessing. What a great place to be able to say is not only your work, but it's a family. And Sandy and Nikki, I can't thank you enough for spending some time. Like we said, I wish we could spend all day talking about education today, but we're so blessed and honored that you had time to chat with us today. I want to thank everyone that was joining us from around the world as well, because as you can see, the passion is real, and that the care about education is something that runs very, very deeply amongst so many of us. So thanks for spending time with me today.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Good, Deb.
Thank you, Nikki Eachel and Sandy Ogg, for that fantastic interview. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. The next guest we are going to hear from today is Fionn Ferreira, chemistry student, Forbes 30 Under 30, scientist, and anti-plastic pollution innovator. We are honoured to share his special statement of support of #EducationDay. Let's go to that statement now.
Hello everyone, my name is Fionn Ferreira and I'm an environmental scientist, an inventor and an environmental advocate for sustainability in general. My journey really began with a love for nature. I grew up on the very rugged coastline of West Cork in Ireland, where I'm now. It's really stormy, surrounded by pristine waters and a vibrant ecosystem that inspired in me a really deep curiosity. But it wasn't long before I started noticing a lot of changes occurring. Plastic pollution creeping into places I thought were untouched. It was heartbreaking, and it sparked an urgency in me to do something about it. So when I was just 18, I developed a method to extract microplastic particles from water using a non-toxic magnetic oil mixture, which basically is very simple. It creates a way to clean up invisible pollutants, these microplastics, which are wreaking havoc to our environment and our body, And that project earned me global recognition, including the top prize at a global science fair called the Google Science Fair. But also, for me, it was way more than just that. I spoke at many events. And since then, my mission has been clear: to combine science, education, and innovation to tackle environmental challenges head on. And while my journey has taken me to research labs, global stages, to the Arctic to North Pole, collaborative projects, and even allowing me to scale this into a way to magnetize plastics and remove them from the water, it still remains something to empower people, especially young minds, to believe in the power of their ideas and to create a world where sustainability is the default, not the exception. So education is the foundation for every solution we seek. And to me, the International Day of Education represents a powerful reminder of its transformative potentials. When we talk about the climate crisis or environmental degradation or even pollution, what we're really talking about is a knowledge gap. A gap in understanding the impact of our actions, and a gap in assessing solutions, and most critically, a gap in empowering communities with the tools to create change. I've seen firsthand what education can do. It has the power to level the playing field, to inspire and to innovate. For me personally, education isn't just something that taught me about environmental science. It gave me the confidence to be able to pitch my experiments, to experiment, to fail, and to try again. It's why I care so deeply about making STEM education accessible and making it accessible to not just some people, but everybody. But let me be clear about education. It isn't about learning facts. It isn't the times tables. It's about fostering curiosity, building resilience, and equipping people to challenge the status quo. This day reminds us of the critical role of education in addressing a global issue, or many global issues, and it reinforces the urgency of ensuring that no one is left behind in the pursuit of knowledge. Because, remember, when education is accessible, inclusive, and empowering, it becomes one of the most powerful and useful tools we have to be able to build a sustainable future. Education is not just important for humanity's survival, it's essential. When I think about the challenges we face as a species, climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, inequality, every single one of these is tied to our ability to learn, adapt, and innovate. Without education, we're essentially flying blind into an uncertain future. Education equips us to understand the interconnectedness of the world we live in. It allows us to ask critical questions like, how does my lifestyle impact the planet? Or what changes can we make to reduce harm? Or even, how can we work together to create solutions? These are questions that go way beyond textbooks. They're all about developing the mindset to thrive in the face of challenges. But let's not forget, education is also hope. In the face of environmental crises, it's really easy to feel overwhelmed or powerless. Education reminds us that these solutions and many solutions exist. It teaches us to harness the tools of science, art, engineering, and of course creativity to build a world where we can all be proud of what we've done. Ultimately, education will determine whether we simply react to crises or lead with purpose. It's the foundation of innovation and the birthplace of new ideas and the glue that ultimately connects us all as a global community making change. Humanity's survival depends on it. So because survival without sustainability is simply survival that doesn't exist. If you've been inspired by the different things that I've shared today and want to support my work, there are so many different ways that you can get involved. First and foremost, educate yourself about those around you and about the environment and the different things that you can do and all the challenges we face. Share the science, share the urgency, and then change starts with awareness. If you'd like to support my specific project, well, you can visit my website at www.fionferreira.com, where I share updates on my research, or you can join my mailing list, which is fionferreira.substack.com, and all contributions or donations always support me, my partnerships, and my work going forward. You're also welcome to message me on Instagram. I am here to nerd out about science, and I encourage you to look into loads of different environmental initiatives in where you are. I can also help you find that if you message me. I love looking at cleanups, sustainability efforts, or just collaborating with loads of different people. In my view, collaboration is key, and every small effort creates a ripple effect, which can change the world. Lastly, never underestimate the power of your own voice. You should advocate for change within your community, your school, or your workplace. Inspire others to think differently about the planet and inspire others to make change too. If we work together, scientists, educators, activists, and everyday change makers, I truly believe that we can turn the tide on environmental destruction. Remember, at the end of the day, the future is ours to shape. I'll leave you with a little closing statement or thought. The solutions to our greatest challenges already exist within us. They are in our ideas, our innovation, and our will to act. Education is what unlocks these solutions. So let's invest in it, prioritize it, and empower every single person to make their mark on the world. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you, Fionn Ferreira, for your moving words. We are truly grateful for your continued support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Next, it is wonderful to introduce Fahd Jamaleddine, Kofi Annan changemaker and education development practitioner. Please join me in welcoming Fahd Jamaleddine to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Fahd, welcome to hashtag Education Day.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's an honor to be here.
Fahd, the first question I want to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Sure. So my name is Fahd. I come from Lebanon. My journey really started when I was back at the school, at my classroom. I had a really tough context. I was bullied. I had really challenging time when being at school. And as I was growing up, I really wanted to transform this reality for the kids that come from the same community that I come from, and also for not only my community, but the whole countrywide Lebanon. So I embarked on a journey when I was 19. I opened up a community space, a community center, where I tried to bring teachers, students, and parents to work collectively together to try to enhance student outcomes holistically. And that really triggered my whole journey, I would say. I learned so much about student education. I learned how much it's an interconnected problem that we need to unpack and try to understand more thoroughly, and try to see how we can really leverage different stakeholders to come together and try to shape a better student learning experience. As my journey evolved, I kicked off a teachers community across the country. We worked with more than 6,000 educators during COVID-19. We really wanted to ensure that teachers are represented on policy discussions across the country. They are really shaping their own learning experiences and learning journeys. And as we were going through that experience, we learned that it's so important to work on a system level institutional change, and that institutional change for education really should start back at the school level. With a lot of amazing Lebanese citizens in the country and also in the diaspora, I worked on a third initiative that really worked on bringing school principals together to shape a common reform agenda for the country and for the schools. So we try to help these principals connect with one another and really try to scale and transform education for the kids across the country. So the last initiative that I'm talking about, it's called Nafda Lebanon, and it's been going for over 3 years now. It's moving across around 100 schools across the country, and it's really doing transformative change on a system level of these schools that are really transforming their school experiences, really anchoring in values such as citizenship, good governance, and social justice.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, it's amazing what you're doing and transforming the school system of a country. How amazing! Congratulations on doing that. It's wonderful. Fahd, we were introduced through the Kofi Annan Foundation. Could you tell us about your work with them?
So Kofi Annan Foundation really works on continuing the legacy of Kofi Annan through youth leadership, through democracy, and international cooperation. And one of their programs is the Changemakers Initiative. So they select around 12 youth changemakers globally and try to connect them with friends of Kofi Annan and with people who have been really embodying the Kofi Annan way on how he has been really trying to transform the world through his various positions, specifically in the UN. So I was part of that amazing group in 2022. And it has been really transformative because it's an opportunity to really learn about this amazing man and learn about his way, learn about his learnings as well. And for me, it was really at a time where I'm trying to have a bigger vision of what I was trying to do. So there was a lot of personal transformation happening, and it was just the right place with the right people. A lot of reflections on your limiting beliefs, on what you can do in the world, in your country, how can you transform education for me personally. And so it really helped me to have a bigger vision than what I had before.
Incredible that he made such a contribution when he was here, and that his legacy is inspiring people like you to do the work that you're doing. That's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
It really is.
It really
is. Yeah, it's actually one of the things that, so during that period, connecting it back to my story, I thought that I've been doing these great initiatives in the country. And last year I worked on a policy reform project between the ministry and UNICEF. And I really realized that maybe it's time to just pause and take a break, come to somewhere else and learn more about how can we transform education globally. And this is where I am today. So I'm part of the University of Oxford. I'm doing another master's degree really to help me broaden that vision, anchor it more in what I really want, and see what could be the next steps.
I'd like to ask you, why is the International Day of Education so important to you?
I think it's really important, especially with the evolution of how we've been viewing education. There is transformative change globally on that landscape. So I think access to education has really changed in a very positive way. We've seen globally more than 90% of the kids that we always wanted to be part of the school, they are. But now we are more critical on how can we keep these kids learning and learning meaningfully, and what are the tools that we need to help students really transform. And for me, education is all about raising critical consciousness about the world, about the challenges that we are having today with all the issues across my country and back in Lebanon or around the world, wars and genocides and different things that are happening now, climate change. So we really need to be more critical on what type of education do we want to have back in the local context and also globally.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting point. What's been happening in Lebanon and, as you say, around the world, and I'm obviously sorry that all of these things are going on as you are, right? It's, you know, we want to see this change. What role do you think education can play in relation to giving young people the necessary tools to become the change makers that, you know, Kofi Annan is training people to be? What fundamental changes do you think need to happen so that we don't continue this cycle of violence?
I really think it's about education is powerful because it's really about igniting the agency of people and how they can have a better sense of possibility of what could be. Maybe this is philosophical, but this is at the heart of education. How can we enhance the agency of the people to really take action, to really transform their realities and transform their lives to become really better and make this whole globe more livable. So I serve on one of global organizations called Junior Achievement Worldwide, and they work on entrepreneurship, career readiness. They work in 120 countries globally, reaching 70 million kids across the world. And they have been nominated for 3 times now for the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think this is a clear example how education is very much connected to peace. It's a clear example how people are seeing that how important by really supporting children and students and youth to be more economically empowered and to have more agency on what possibilities could be is really at the heart of peace. And this is one of the things that Kofi Annan mentions, that education, in other words, is called peace.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I mean, at Peace One Day, we've been putting out free education resources for, I suppose, 22 years in lots of different languages for lots of different ages. They're all at peaceoneday.org. They're free for parents and teachers. But yeah, I think I'm with you that, you know, if we want to see the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world, if there was one last thing that I could do whilst I was here, then I'd love to see a resource be in every single school of the world that was the same, that was all about equipping a young person with the necessary knowledge to save our world.
Yeah, very, very true. And I think we need to also look at education as also a political, the political aspect of education is so important, because the global discourse of education has been always depoliticizing education, decontextualizing education. And for me, world leaders need to be educated in a certain way so that we are really helping the world transform. And this starts at the school level. So it's not about only the children. How can you educate them not to be part of armed conflicts, right? But also how can you prepare these young people to transform, and what is the political agenda that we all need to agree on to make a more peaceful world?
When you see everything that's going on and you see what's happening in Lebanon, you know, here we are, January 2025, and it's been a very, very difficult period for your people and other countries around the world. Where do you get your hope from? I mean, what makes you want to continue and believe that a change is possible?
I really think education is really about generating this sense of hope. But for me, it's about how some examples that you see on ground that can help you be more hopeful. Because otherwise, you need to get inspired by the students, by the kids, by the classrooms, by the teachers, by the principals. So back again in Lebanon, NAFDA as an organization, NAFDA Lebanon, which is the last organization I supported and was part of its co-founding team. I think the most inspiring thing is how principals and teachers are doing an incredible job while there is barely resources, while there is, maybe there is no electricity or there is no water or there is no, but they really are leveraging their agency and knowing how important their role is to transform the country. And it starts by their role in their school, through their leadership, and affecting these kids that they work with.
It really is all about education, isn't it? It really is. I'm really pleased that you supported Hashtag Education Day. It's a real honour to meet you. And we really wish you the very best in your incredible work that you're going to do now, that you've already done, and that you're clearly going to be doing in the future. So we wish you well on that. Before you go, though, is there anywhere that you would like people to go? If you want them to find out more about you or some of the organisations that you're a part of, is there anywhere we could go to find out that information?
Of course, I'm all around LinkedIn, Fahad Jamaluddin, based on how my name is written. You can check the incredible work of Junior Achievement Worldwide, NAFDA Lebanon, Kofi Annan Foundation, and connect and see how we can support one another.
Good luck on your journey.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fahad Jamaluddin, for your incredible insights and for supporting Hashtag Education Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag Education Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. We are honoured to introduce our next guest, Kevin Baird, co-chair for Centre for Excellence in Healthcare of Prometric. Please join me in welcoming Kevin Baird to Hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilley.
Kevin, welcome to Hashtag Education Day.
Thank you so much.
The first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
So education really saved my life. I grew up in the US, literally in a log cabin in the middle of the woods, without running water, without a toilet. And in my life, I should be poor. I probably should be dead. But teachers, people who believed in me because I didn't have a father, gave me the opportunity to really become what I am and do what I do. From there, I met an amazing woman who dedicated her life to education. Her name is Judy Paul, and was involved in educational research. The idea of how do I read better? What is literacy? Really leading research around the world. And from that moment, I learned that my own mission was to unlock the dreams of children everywhere, because that's the future of the planet. My own kids, my two youngest were born in Guatemala, and my oldest comes from a world of poverty. My friend Stuart Udell, whom many will meet, we've been working together on this mission for more than 20 years. And today, I have the distinct honor of working with governments around the world, with organizations that are asking, how do we allow talent in the middle of Africa or in Saudi Arabia raise their hand, show that they know something, and be matched with an employer or an opportunity somewhere else around the world so that they can live their dream, so that they can unfold their best self. And as you know, we came together here because of our mutual friend, the Duchess of York. And I would end my introduction by saying, people like the Duchess, the Baroness, people who believe that it's not just every child deserves the opportunity to become everything that they might be, but our world, peace in this world, depends on two things: education and the opportunity to use that education. That's really why I'm here with you.
So Prometric have been the enabler of this international conversation for #Education Day. Could you tell me, why did you want to partner with Peace One Day and make it all possible?
Because when we met, you and I, we said what the world needs now is not just one day. It needs a decade of focus and investment and honoring that the world, the entire world, needs to invest in education to ensure that Africa, which is the future, moves forward, that the Middle East, which is the battery of that future, moves forward, that India, that Asia, that everyone has a chance. So Prometric, in my daily life, I work with governments and organizations who are doing that. That's what they do. And so the idea that Prometric would come together with the United Nations and all of the folks who are coming together on this day to then form a decade of aligned action, well, it's a no-brainer, because that's what we do, that's what you do, that's what they do. So we're going to be here next year and for the next 10 years talking about what's next and why education is the foundation for peace and economy.
Well, Kevin, thank you for enabling Peace One Day to do the work that it does. It's incredible to have a partner like yourself, and the work that you do around the world is profound and incredible. So we feel humbled and honored. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for telling the stories that you tell.
I'd like to ask you, tell me about why education is so important to Prometric, and what exactly do you do in this field?
I want you to consider a diploma. I want you to consider what you get when you go to high school, or maybe you're getting a credential because you learned something on the job. Maybe you're a licensed doctor, or you're an attorney, or an accountant, or a CPA. Prometric is the trusted partner that says to the world, you know what you learned. That's what we do. We're trust architects. So we are the largest global licensing and certification organization that works with governments for everything from immigration to making sure that if you have a credential inside of your profession, I can trust you as a surgeon. Literally, that's what we do. So education and certification together. That's our job, and that's why we're here. And we do that around the world. We're the largest at what we do.
That was an amazing phrase you used, being trust architects. Could you tell me more about that?
I want you to think about how the world works. So my last book was all about trust. We're here today because you trust that I have something good to say, and I trust that you're going to tell my story in a respectful way. You get in the Uber because you trust that the driver behind the Uber is not going to run into someone else. A driver's license says that you can be trusted on the road. All of economy, all of the world works because we have some element of trust between us. Certificates, licenses, a diploma. Those are all indicators that I can trust something. And that's why I say that Prometric, we are the trust architects that allow economy to move quickly, to accelerate. Without trust, there is no interaction. And without trust in my economy, I don't scale, I don't move quickly.
And so I can trust that the teacher's going to do the very best job for my child because you've played a role in that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we certify teachers. You know how to teach. Here in the UK, we're part of UKVI. So you can trust that the newcomer to the UK knows the language and is able to go on and become a contributing member of the United Kingdom. You can trust that your doctor or nurse has gone through adequate training and knows how to help you. That's exactly right.
Thank you, Kevin. I want to ask, for those who are interested in Prometric, how can people find out more? And is there anything they can do to support you?
So, well, Prometric.com if you want to find out about Prometric. We partner with governments, we partner with organizations. If someone here, we partner with NGOs. If you're interested in growing your audience, if you want to make sure that you're a business person and the folks understand how to do robotics or work inside of your business, if you want to have an education program and you want to certify them, however you want to grow, go to prometric.com. I'm sure there's an email there somewhere, or you can email me and we'll partner with you. We will help you to create quality standards. We'll help you to create those certifications, and we will help you to reach the world. That's what we do. We're literally an email away.
Could you talk to me about the role that education will play in relation to humanity's survival? I mean, we need to give young people the tools to be the driving force behind the vision of a united and sustainable world. So do you think anything needs to change?
I'm going to answer that about humanity on planet Earth, and then we'll end, since there's a lot of conversation about Elon Musk and a vision of becoming multiplanetary, about what it means for when we leave the Earth. But today, technology, economy is moving much faster than schools. Learning from a book is no longer adequate. I can learn on the job. I can learn in real time, and I can learn in a way that engages me to my dreams. So I think the first thing to understand is that we're at a place where we have to rethink education. We have to rethink what it means to know something and to have something useful. I was just with the small island developing states. I can become an expert in AI. I can become one of the most valuable humans on this planet living on a very remote island. That's fine, because we're all connected and I can learn that. I don't even have to have the world's most amazing professor beside me, because I can connect with that professor wherever they may be. Education today is about what I'm interested in and about my natural talent and about how I want to contribute to humanity. But secondly, we have a lot of unrest in the world. If you want peace, you have to have individuals who have the skills and the tools to contribute and the opportunities to contribute. If I'm skilled and I have no opportunity, I have unrest. If I don't believe that the world is invested in my ability to have a better life, I have unrest. Education and opportunity go hand in hand. 1 + 1 equals an opportunity for peace. Lastly, if I want to move all humankind forward, it takes the resources in Saudi Arabia and Dubai to invest in the raw material and talent in Kenya and in Cairo, to populate the planet with people who can help. I don't know if you've noticed, but Europe is aging, Japan is aging, America is aging. The young people on the planet are not equally distributed today. They are in Africa, they are in India, they are in Asia. So you and me, we have to be dedicated to educating them, because they are our future. Africa is the future for the next 200 years on this planet, I guarantee you, and the same is true for India. Lastly, if you believe in the vision of Elon Musk and others, that survival of our species means becoming a multiplanetary species, I need more rocket makers and more engineers and more people who can do the things that SpaceX is doing. And I need more pioneers, the people who have the intellectual skills, the emotional skills, the physical skills to go to Mars and beyond. We get nowhere. We don't get into tomorrow. We don't get into a peaceful next generation. And we certainly don't get to another planet without investing in human talent. And that's all education is, investing in the talent of tomorrow.
Kevin, thank you for supporting Peace One Day and enabling this conversation to happen today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the stories you tell. And I leave you and our audience out there with the following thought, that the science of changing minds begins by changing hearts. And when we change hearts and we give hope, we give the opportunity for peace, and we give the opportunity for learning. So thank you.
Cheers, Kev.
Cheers.
Thank you, Kevin Baird, for that fantastic interview. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now, we're excited to introduce a special statement from Alana Chelangat, climate advocate, author, and podcaster. Let's go to that statement now.
Education is the foundation of everything that I do. It has given me the knowledge to understand climate change better and how to address climate change issues. For me, education is really important because I believe that every child has a right to learn. And it's not just about sitting down in class, but it's the key to building a better future so everyone can dream and achieve.
Thank you, Alana Chelangat, for that wonderful statement. It is incredible to have your support. Good luck to you with all your future work. Next, we are thrilled to welcome Executive Director of the Khalili Foundation, Waqas Ahmed. Please join me in welcoming Waqas Ahmed to #EducationDay. Let's go to that special statement now.
Hello, and good to see everyone on Education Day. What an important day it is to spotlight the significance of fostering education and greater education across the world within different societies and systems. I want to talk about two different aspects of education today, which I believe through our work are essential to improving the education system. One is talking about intercultural education, the importance of learning about other cultures, other worldviews, other perspectives, be they cultural, religious, or otherwise. We are several communities within one community, and we can only do better at being a more cohesive society if we were to learn more about one another and to share more about one another. And this is why more intercultural education allows for a greater understanding of the richness of the human tapestry that comprises different ways of looking at the world, different ways of growing as an individual, different ways of organizing as a society. And we should celebrate those that we think would be of value to society as a whole. And we can only do that by understanding them better. Otherwise, we make assumptions about what a particular culture might be, what people might believe religiously, without understanding truly what it is that they stand for. And so at the Khalili Foundation, we have various educational tools that we've developed over decades of research and content development to be able to help young children and students at different levels to have a more global approach or global understanding of different cultures and worldviews so that they might enrich their own and so that they may live peacefully and harmoniously with those around them. The other aspect I want to talk about is interdisciplinary education. So similarly to intercultural, it's essentially encouraging the knowledge of different perspectives. So different cultures are perspectives, different faiths are perspectives, but also different disciplines, academic disciplines or knowledge areas are different ways of looking at the world. They provide us with different insights into the same problem or phenomenon. So we should seek to have a more interdisciplinary approach to our learning, as well as to our teaching, as well as to our research. And this can only serve to enhance our sense of perspective in society. So again, we might live more harmoniously, but also we might increase our ability to be more creative and collaborative. So this Education Day, let us do more not only to spread education far and wide as we can, but also to reflect on what kind of education we are delivering. Thank you.
Thank you, Wakas, for that inspiring statement. It is an honor to have your continued support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the hashtag #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Our next guest is Logan Smalley, founder and executive director of TED Ed. Please join me in welcoming Logan Smalley to hashtag Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
Logan, welcome to hashtag Education Day.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So Logan, the first thing I wanted to ask you is, could you tell us, listen, you're from TED Ed, from TED. I am the most enormous fan and feel very privileged to have done some talks for you. But I want you to tell us first, before we get into TED Ed, I'd love you to tell us about yourself and your journey.
Well, thank you. And that's, I really appreciate that coming from someone who's had such an incredible journey, highlighting awareness for a need for a day of peace. And thank you for turning it into a need for a day of education. My journey is very much centered in education. My parents were teachers. My grandparents were all teachers. I was a high school special education teacher in Athens, Georgia, where I grew up in the United States. And the only reason I left the classroom was because I happened to be in position with a dear friend to direct a feature-length nonprofit documentary about that friend. His name was Darius Weems. He was born with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And his brother, who was born with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, asked me to look out for Darius, his younger brother, before Mario, the older brother, passed away. And I had known Mario my whole life, and I had started getting to know Darius at a camp for kids with disabilities that I worked at in the summers. And I was more than happy to sort of be a, big brother, a mentor figure in his life. Long story short, Darius and I, after many years of hanging out, were sitting around watching a show on MTV called Pimp My Ride. I don't know if you remember that show. And we had long had this dream to take Darius, who used a wheelchair at the time, on a trip outside of Athens, Georgia, where we lived. And we were watching the end of the Pimp My Ride credits, which is a show where they customize cars. And it said, in order to get your ride customized, you need to be in the greater Los Angeles area. And so here we are over on the East Coast of the United States. And this show that we love watching says we need to be on the West Coast if we want to get our ride customized. And so Darius and I came up with the idea to try and get his wheelchair customized on the hit show, MTV's Pimp My Ride. And this does relate to TED, I promise. We traveled across the country, tried to raise awareness and funds for his disease, Duchenne muscular dystrophy. We tried to raise awareness for wheelchair accessibility across the country. We put it to the test. And of course, we tried to get his wheelchair customized on Pimp My Ride. That nonprofit film had quite a bit of success. We were able to win a lot of film festival awards. We were on the Ellen Show. We were on ABC's Nightline. And somewhere along the line, we actually both got TED fellowships. And so that's how I got involved with TED. And when you're a TED fellow, you get to go to the conference and you get to pitch an idea. And so based on my love of education, having been a teacher, and my love of filmmaking, having been a filmmaker, I pitched something called TED Ed. And TED and Chris Anderson, the head of TED, said, good idea, let's do it. And so it was me on board as a team of one. And now I'm a team of 20 plus amazing people. And I'd love to tell you more about what we do at TED Ed.
Oh, Logan, it's such a great story. And can people watch that film, by the way, if they want to? Where is it? How can they see that?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, it was locked on Netflix for several years, but I'm pleased to report it is now freely available on YouTube. And so you can search Darius Goes West on YouTube or go to dariusgoeswest.org.
Awesome.
Hey, and actually, thanks for the opportunity to add one more thing. Because Darius is such an important person and such a key member of the TED community, I always want to tell this part of his story. And in fact, I've actually given a TED talk at the TED Fellows section of the conference saying the longer version of this, and apologize if I get emotional because he's such a dear friend. Darius has since passed away. Duchenne muscular dystrophy is a 100% fatal disease. So he knew that that was the case. But he used his entire life and his mission to raise funds and awareness for the noble causes I just mentioned. And 2 weeks before he died, he learned that the money he donated to Duchenne muscular dystrophy research ended up being seed funding for the first FDA-approved treatment for Duchenne muscular dystrophy in history. So his life, his 300,000 plus miles traveled by road, his TED Fellowship, his ideas inspired and extended the lives of future generations who are born with the same disease he has. And so I just want to, honor that incredible accomplishment and my buddy, Darius Weems.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you did, and I hope that everyone goes to YouTube to see that film. Incredible, Logan. What a beautiful story, mate. So I want to ask you now, please tell us about TED Ed.
Yeah, so like I said, as an extension of my fellowship, I got to pitch TED Ed, and Chris invited me onto the TED team to found it. This was in 2011. It was just me for a year, and my job description was very simple: listen to teachers and students. So I had this idea of what TED Ed could be and should be, but of course my real job is to go and make sure that actually matches the expectations and needs of students and teachers around the world. Students and teachers were using TED Talks in their classroom, and some of the feedback was they're wonderful, we love them, make more of them, but maybe they're a little long relative to the expectations we have with a homework assignment. Streaming's barely available at this time, by the way, and ubiquitous. Maybe they're a little long relative to the class size. Maybe they're a little advanced relative to the level of school that I teach. So basically, we identified that TED content, though useful, was not really optimized for the education use case. So we said, okay, how do we optimize it? So the first thing we did is we actually tagged all of TED content to subjects that teachers teach and levels that might be most appropriate to teach it. So, using this information science, which was really blooming back in 2011, to tag and create a taxonomy for the TED Talks to make them more discoverable by teachers. With our other hand, we invented what is now actually not TED's most famous content. That will always be the TED Talk, yours included, but actually TED's most engaging format, as in it is experiencing the most amount of views, the most amount of watch time, the most amount of shares, and that is called the TED Ed animation. So what we realize is that experts around the world, that there are so many amazing experts, including educators around the world, maybe not all of them want to or should or could give a TED Talk. And a TED Talk is a very finite stage and a very finite space. Again, we should keep giving TED Talks, but isn't there a distributed opportunity to collect wisdom, insights, best lessons from educators everywhere without the need to actually stage a conference and deliver a talk to a room? So with a grant from YouTube, thank you, we actually got to explore that question, and we felt our way along and tested our way to what is now, like I said, TED's most engaging format, which is the TED Ed animation. Each one features an expert educator delivering, they actually write their best lesson. We then pair that writing, after working with them to go back and forth to optimize it for animation, with a professional voice actor. We get to work with amazing voice actors from all over the world, and a professional visualization artist. We work with hundreds of different animation studios, music composers. We also use sound effects artists. Several of the animations we've created, which cover all topics, by the way, have won film festival awards. One of them had major Oscar buzz. So when I say we're making animations for young people, I mean we're making the most high quality, tributes to knowledge and wisdom and science and poetry and all the subjects that curious people care to learn about that we possibly can. And we're sharing them for free with the world. We've created 1,600 to date. Each one takes us 6 months to make, but we're but we publish 3 a week. So that means we have several in production at any given time. Those 1,600 TED Ed animations have been viewed by learners over 5.4 billion times to date. It's perhaps the most popular educational content format out there. And trust me, there are a lot of amazing educational channels. And I can say that because another thing that we do is we have a website that allows teachers to not just use TED Talks and TED Ed videos in their classes, but actually to curate anyone's videos from YouTube and to attach remixable, customizable lesson plans to those videos as a formative evaluation tool for students. That website has won 11 Webby Awards to date and it's totally free, and it has over 1 million registered educators. And if neither of those are the way to get involved with TED Ed, the last two things, which I'll say very quickly, are an incredible student talks program that's designed to help students learn presentation literacy and guide them through identifying, developing, and sharing their ideas in the form of a TED-style talk. And then a comparable program for educators in which we provide a professional development program where we guide educators through identifying, developing, and sharing their insights with other educators and the world through TED's channels.
It's just absolutely incredible, isn't it? I mean, congratulations. Wow. I mean, all of those things happening because of a TED Talk that you gave to Chris. And I mean, it's just extraordinary. Congratulations. Well done to you, and of course to the amazing team that are all around you.
That's what I was going to say. I think the coolest part of my job is the amazing people I get to work with and how much creativity, both internally and externally, gets gifted to TED Ed. And our job is just to reflect it back and amplify it as best we can.
It's inspirational. I feel very honoured that we are able to tell your story, Logan, on the International Day of Education for #Education Day. And that brings me on nicely to say, why did you want to support today, the Day of Education, and raise awareness of it?
Well, I'm extremely passionate about education. I mentioned earlier my background and my family's background. My background as a teacher and my family's background as teachers. But I mean, in a more general sense, I think that education is kind of the most important institution and process and value, universal value in the world. I mean, there are some others that you could mention, and I believe you work on all of them, including, peace and justice and other important ideals. But education and the right to it and our natural state of wanting to learn is something that's not only that makes life feel worth living at its hardest moments, right? Like when we talk about cut this funding or protect this thing or do this thing, it's because life, when you're learning, is so deeply enjoyable. It's so satisfying. To be engaged in education is to be active-minded, is to be opening opportunities in front of you, and is to be the opposite of apathetic, to be the opposite of languishing. You can't be pursuing something you're curious about and languishing and apathetic at the same time. It's a zero-sum game. One does not fit with the other. And so to synchronize on a day where everyone engages in caring for or fostering education, to me, is one of the most motivating concepts I can possibly think of.
Incredible. I completely agree with you. That's great. Okay, so look, the last question I wanted to ask you is, what role, Logan, do you think education can and should play in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world? I mean, you and I know, we all know, that we've got to give the tools to young people to inform, inspire, and engage them to being the kind of driving force behind the vision of a united and sustainable world. We need to give them those new tools. It's a different world, isn't it, to the one where we were educated 30, 40, whatever years ago with climate and violence and these issues. So I want to ask you, how important is education going to play, do you think, in giving the right tools to young people to resolve the big issues that we face?
That's a deep question, and I really appreciate it. I mean, to how important is the role, I think it's critical. It's necessary. It's probably not sufficient, right? Like if there were only education, I don't think we would have peace. There's other work to do, but if there weren't education, we would not have peace. So it is critical. And just to elaborate on that, I think that most violence, so the opposite of peace, be it war or some other form of violence, likely stems most often from some injustice that occurred further upstream, some trauma, some circumstance that made it possible for someone to resort to violence. Which is not to say people aren't responsible for themselves. You are, everyone is. But my point is, when we're considering education at a global scale, if you could wave a wand and have people have equal access and have people engage in reading and writing, just visioning that for a second, you can feel empathy rise in whatever you're envisioning. And as that empathy rises, which is instilled by free and fair access to education and placing it as a central value in any culture for everyone, as that empathy rises, you start to feel peace come with it, right? And so I just think that informed people claim their own voices as opposed to having their voices claimed for them. And when you claim your own voices, you feel meaning, you feel purpose, and you respect other people's purpose and meaning as well. And you might not always agree, and there is always going to be argument, but I think an educated world trends towards diplomacy when there are differences, and an uneducated world trends towards violence when there is not. And so I choose to advocate for the former, and I appreciate that you and anyone watching this does too.
Beautiful answer. Wow, amazing. Absolutely spot on. Okay, sadly, that's the end of our interview. But before we go, one last thing. To anybody out there, to a teacher, to a parent, to a young person watching who'd like to find out more about TED Ed, where should they go?
Thanks so much for asking that, and thanks so much for this interview. The short answer is you can find all those TED Ed animations on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/TEDEd. If you're a teacher, I encourage you to go to our educational platform that you can use to teach with video in your classrooms. It's entirely free. It's at ed.ted.com. And if you are a parent, student, or a teacher, which I think is kind of a learner, I'll throw a learner in there so that it covers everyone because we're all learners. That we're constantly launching new initiatives and new programs, including the Student Talks program, including the Educator Talks program that I mentioned earlier. So I just invite you to, if you're curious, subscribe to us on any of the channels we are, just search TED Ed, you'll find us. And there's probably something for you.
Of course there is. There's always something for everyone at TED, right? Incredible. Good luck on your journey, Logan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Logan Smalley, for your incredible insights and for supporting #Education Day. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the #Education Day to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. Now, we're thrilled to introduce Dr. John Switzer, Upper School Principal, Frankfurt International School. We are delighted to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. John Switzer to #Education Day, interviewed by Peace One Day founder Jeremy Gilly.
John, welcome to #Education Day.
Thank you for having me, Jeremy. It's a privilege.
Fantastic. John, the first thing I wanted to ask you is you've had an amazing career and you are the head of an incredible school. Could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, I'm from a small town in northern Ontario in Canada, and if you were to ask me, the 17-year-old version of me, if I would be here talking to you, I would say you're crazy. I started, I went to university. Like most people, not really sure what I wanted to do. I mean, I was very interested in education and learning. I have a degree in music. I have a degree in science. And then I went to Teachers College to become a teacher in Canada. And then I decided, hey, what's this about overseas or international schools? So I got on a plane with a friend of mine in 1996 to Kuwait. And we stayed 6 years and it changed my life. I got married and my wife and I went to South Korea for 6 more years, had our children born there. Then we moved to Singapore where I worked for the International Baccalaureate Organization for 4 years. And then Switzerland for 8 years where we first met, first the TED conference and then at Zurich International School where I was the principal for 9 through 12. And then for the last 6 years now, I can't believe it, I've been the 6 through 12 principal here at Frankfurt International School. So that's my sort of little world journey, but it's been a remarkable exploration and meeting all kinds of super inspiring people, little kids, big kids, people like you, and I can't believe I get to do this. It really is a privilege.
Amazing, John. I mean, we've done some work together, and it's absolutely inspirational what you do at your school. I mean, I've seen it firsthand and spent some time with the pupils who are just really focused and really energized at kind of making an impact in the world, which leads me on nicely to saying, could you talk to us about how your school is trying through education to promote a more peaceful and sustainable world?
Yeah, I mentioned the International Baccalaureate, and it's one of the curriculums that you see in schools like this. We were privileged to be one of the founders of the IB program back in the late 60s. And I've got to say, this framework for thinking about what young people should learn, when you base it on impact and making a difference, I mean, it's a fantastic school in the sense that we maybe have 60 different nationalities. Kids speak 40, 50 different languages. We have 1,000 kids in just the high school, upper school alone, almost 1,800, over 1,800 right through from pre-K through to 18-year-olds. And I think the diversity that's in that community is amazing. To me, it's not a barrier, it's actually a bridge, right? We can, by meeting kids and being part of, from different cultures and different ways of thinking, we can come together to make the world a better place when we talk about it, when we are proximate, when we have a chance to sit beside somebody who has a different frame of reference. It could be a different faith makeup. It could be, not just passports, but actually places people have lived and experiences that they've had. To bring people together in a school like this is truly remarkable, and I think that's something we sometimes take for granted. We shouldn't. We need to work every day with these students. But as you see, when you were here, you're part of this Changemaker conference, and we have young people that really do want to make a difference, and sometimes they lack maybe the tools or the framework or the help to get them going, but they know they want to do it. They're passionate about something. They feel like they have a purpose, and they want to make the world a better place, as you said. And I think when you allow kids to do that and you give them those frameworks and the tools, you can step away and watch the magic happen, right? So, I mean, I think this school is like a catalyst, and it allows young people who really want to make a difference to find the connectors, the people in the community that can help them make a difference, to meet people like yourself, inspirational people who are doing amazing things. And it almost reinforces them that, you know what? I'm only 12 years old, but I can make a difference, right? It doesn't take, I don't have to wait for change to happen. Leadership, in my opinion, it doesn't have a minimum age requirement, like a young person can really make a difference if they want to. So I think being around those kind of people at a school like FIS with the community that we have, the teachers that these kids get to meet, and just the environment we're in, it's magic.
I once remember a phrase at the beginning of the 25-year journey that I've had, John, which you know very well, that somebody said that intercultural cooperation was the key to humanity's survival. Your school is such an incredible example of young people coming together, interculturally cooperating, understanding more about each other. And out of that comes kind of this unity and this strength that actually we can get along. And when we work together, we can make a difference.
Agreed. Yeah, there's a great book. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it by the late Jonathan Sacks, who's a rabbi in the UK. His book was called The Dignity of Difference. And I've come to really believe that it isn't about tolerating another culture, right? We shouldn't just put up with somebody because they happen to be different. I actually think we need to give them the dignity to be different. And that was the title of one of his books. And that attitude about getting to know people and as I said, get proximate, learn from them, eat with them. We have these, international meals and opportunities to come together and participate in trips. And, when we're all sort of aligned towards a common goal, that's why I think the bridges is better than barriers. And I think if we can create more bridges amongst cultures and understand each other, the less we talk about them as being other. Brian Stevenson, I think one of the greatest TED Talks I've seen in a long time, he talked about that, how I think too often we look apart and we look elsewhere. We don't get proximate with the people that we need to be around. And I think international schools allow that, right? They put you in proximity with people who you otherwise might not get to know. And you may have seen them on TikTok or seen them on Instagram or something else and not really feel like they're close to you. But in fact, they are. You just have to get to know them and take the time to do that. And a school like FIS with this kind of diversity, you can do that every day.
Amazing, incredible. John, tell me, why is the International Day of Education? Why is a day all about education important, and why have you wanted to take time out to support it?
When I first met you, and you were talking at TED in Edinburgh, I think we were, and you were mentioning about Peace One Day and how, what if we just had one day of peace? Can we all agree on that? And you talked about your journey, meeting Kofi Annan, and being at the UN, ready to announce it, September 11th, 2001. And of course, nobody remembers that day because of what everybody else remembers that day for, September 11th or 9/11. And I think it's that the belief that if you put one day on the calendar, you raise awareness to it. And it isn't one day and we forget about it. It's year on year on year on year. That was, in your case, 20. Imagine, right? 25 years ago, that was your idea. And here we are now. So I think with international education, it's an incredible opportunity for students to learn about what it means to be an international member of our community. We talk a lot about our national identities and not enough about our international identities. And I think in the world that we live in, with the kind of systems we have in place, it's only more important, in my opinion, that we do talk about our identities and collectively and thinking about this international community that we all live in. We live on planet Earth, and yes, there are some artificial divisions that make us a little bit separate in some ways, but I think when I look at the world that we live in today and the young people that are going to inherit it and lead it and are already leading it in many ways, I think it's just important that we talk about that diversity much bigger than just our national identity.
Amazing, John. Amazing. I love being with you and listening to you. I want to ask you, look, education is clearly going to play a fundamental role in relation to humanity's survival. And you've talked a little bit about that today. Can I ask you, John, since we've known each other, a lot has changed if we look at where the world is today at this point. Can you believe it? In relation to the violence that's increasing, but also how we're treating our planet and the results of that, which are very real, very, very real. Can I ask you, is there anything that needs to fundamentally change in relation to equipping young people with the necessary tools to take on the great challenges that we face?
You look at some of the big institutions, right? We have a Model United Nations program at our school, and I think many, many, many schools do that. You don't have to be an international school to bring about some of these changes. And I think that when we look at our large institutions, and the United Nations being one, I think a lot of people are, especially young people, they get a bit disenfranchised, and they feel like, they're not listening to me, and hypocrites, or they say one thing and then something else happens, or the people in power, they're only just trying to stay in power. And so they're looking at it from that. So, I think what fundamentally needs to change is yeah, some of the people at the top of these organizations really need to listen to what the young people are saying, because the young people see the world in a very different way, and maybe they're less hierarchical, less bureaucratic in how they think, and maybe they're a bit too optimistic with some of the changes they can make in the short term. But I think there should be many more opportunities for our young people to engage directly with the people holding those levers that are making the differences. I mean, I have a group of students that I meet with regularly here, and the opportunities for them to give me advice of things, it could be on any number of topics. I learn more from those conversations, or at least as much as I do when I meet with other adults, right? So young people really do want to bring about change. They have fantastic ideas. I think they lack platforms, and maybe they need a collective framework. For our school, I think the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, have been that framework. The Changemaker Conference has been that architecture of a framework for students to really get a chance to see, oh, I can impact this. And as you know, when you were here for that conference, when we put young people beside industry leaders or innovators or angel investors, it doesn't matter who they are, I really see some interesting synergies there. So I think it's about getting people together, young and old, lots of great ideas, entrepreneurs, innovation, that kind of spirit around something collective. And the Sustainable Development Goals seem to make a lot of sense to me, whereas bureaucratic structures that haven't changed in a long time that need to, like the UN, those are some of the barriers. But I think, as I said, if we can make more bridges, we'll be in a better place.
So more dialogue between those in control and the young people who, really want to see change. Listening to them more would be a good start.
Yeah, I think so. And the accessibility piece, right? We don't all need to get on a plane and fly to Davos to have these conversations, right? That's nice, but I don't think that's how the young people would see how you make direct change. Like, we can get on a Zoom like we are right now and have these conversations. We can do a lot to mitigate some of the challenges that we're facing if we tackle them then head on. But I think it's the skepticism that young people have around big business. They see maybe even institutions and governments and democracy in peril right now and around the world, and so they are really curious to know, how can I make change, and part of that is going to be that this active listening and dialogue between industry leaders, governments, and young people.
Incredible! What a wonderful thought to end on. But before we do go, if anybody'd like to find out more about your school and the system that you're a part of, where would they go?
Well, they can come see us in person in Frankfurt, but the International Baccalaureate is the organization that thousands of schools around the world are using as their curricular framework, and that's www.ibo.org. And of course, for Frankfurt International School, please have a look at our website and see what we're doing. FIS.edu is our website, and yeah, be really open to talking with young people and industry leaders or anybody that wants to talk to us. Meet some of our students and see what great things are up to.
John, it's been wonderful knowing you and speaking with the young people at FIS. Thank you so much for participating in #Education Day, and we wish you the very best with your incredibly important work.
All right, thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you, Dr. John Switzer, for that incredible interview. We are so grateful for your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? If you are a teacher, parent, or guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Please use the #EducationDay to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your host today. Before we close our show, let's see an incredibly important interview with the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, and Kevin Baird, Chief Experience Officer of Prometric. Let's go to that interview now.
Hi, Kevin. I want to firstly thank Prometric so much for all your kindness and for agreeing to sponsor this extraordinary International Education Day of Education. And thank you, Kevin, personally as my friend, for doing this. It really is amazing. And I really appreciate you from Delhi and manning up and just everything Prometric stands for and everything you stand for and your ethics and your value system. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Well, I think today was actually because of you. You brought the opportunity, and I wanted to ask you. You are the world's leading ambassador for youth and youth impact. I mean, that's one of the things you do. But you also talk about bridging the generations. When you think about this day of education, how does bridging the generations fit in to that vision?
I think what's interesting about bridging being the generational bridge is that I was a very young person, a Gen Z. I know I'm 65 now, Kevin, and I know I look like a Gen Z, and I'm fine. But it's I believe that had someone listened to me and helped me and taken me by the hand and led me through, it would have been the most extraordinary bit of support and strength for me. And the other day we did a roundtable with very many young people that Youth Impact, and the Deputy Mayor of London said that he had a person that had listened to him in the Assembly, and that's why he's now Deputy Mayor of London. And I think it's look, listen, learn, show up and amplify. And I have decided to be the generational bridge and have sort of agreed to really champion the International Day of Education in order that we help educate millions of people all over the world that the youth impact have a voice. And I think, Kevin, that is vitally important. Why do you always, not you, why does one, when you're a grown-up, believe you have the right not to listen to a fresh, clean look at life? And I believe, Kevin, that this International Day of Education is really crucial, that we help educate the world that young people have the right to be heard.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, and obviously you're doing an incredible job. You're blowing it out of the water. All of the young followers who are coming to hear your message. You talk about crucial. And we've talked often about the idea of kind of Mother Nature's army. And you are also, you're really one of the most vocal ambassadors for His Majesty's Terra Carta. And this idea that we must be integrating planet positive curricula and messages. Talk to us about one day of education and what we can do to make sure we're doing that in a planet positive way, as His Majesty would want us to.
Well, Kevin, that's a very interesting question, because I wonder how many young people have read the Terra Carta. Point one. Point two is, that we're so lucky to have a king that has been championing and been amplifying the voice of Mother Nature throughout his entire life. And I would like to think that through this International Day of Education, International Education Day, whatever you like to say, get educated within yourself, put the oxygen mask on yourself, read the Terra Carta, really study how incredible what the King has been doing and how really he's led by example. And I mean, he's been publicly talking about Mother Nature all his life. And I think we owe it to the King to really amplify his voice.
Yeah, well, and obviously thank you to him and his vision for, from the 60s and to you for amplifying that vision. As you know, when I first met Jeremy through you, I said, I'm excited about one day of education as long as it leads to a decade of education. So as I say thank you to you, are you up for a decade of education? Because I expect that we should be doing this for the next decade. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think we definitely need to do it for the next decade. And I think we need to, every minute of the day, try and look, listen, learn, and amplify from other people. I think kindness goes a long way, Kevin. I think that you are the epitome of showing up for your friends. You show up for me all the time. You are a sparkling personality. You are a great ambassador for what is good in life. And you are really a person that is close to my heart, but really I don't know many people in this world that show up like you do. So thank you, Kevin Baird, and to Jeremy, of course. I mean, Jeremy, what a find, isn't it, Kevin? Haven't we got a gold dust on our hands with Jeremy?
Golda, when he told me about this project, it was only 10 minutes in, and I said, yes, absolutely. And I don't know if you can see me, I can see you, and I'm a little teary. So thank you for that. And for everyone out there, I know we are still live on the West Coast. The entire idea of today is to inspire our adults, inspire our teachers, inspire those who are going through the fires right now. I think it was Friday, I woke up to a text from the Duchess about how can I help, and to make sure that we are the bridge for the next generation because they are our future. So greetings from Delhi, and I hope it's just a touch warmer than it was a couple days ago, dear Duchess. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Kevin. I think Play in the Box and schools, pop-up schools are absolutely essential. I have, during the COVID, we got the set designs of Pinewood to design a perfectly portable pop-up school, and I would like to see a lot of schools in Los Angeles and around in California popping up schools and popping up community centers so that we can all continue to learn from each other. So the word educate does not just mean school. The word educate means kindness. The word educate means understanding, and ignorance does not win wars. You know, it's got to be kindness to stop wars. It's ignorance that starts wars. It's got to be kindness. It's got to be communication, compromise, compassion. I used to say during, I remember a long time ago when I started Children in Crisis, I said, a Kalashnikov is not the future.
Mm-hmm. And you are the Duchess of kindness and compassion. And actually, I had a message just today from Sir Paul McCartney's sister, Ruth McCartney, asking about was there a way to get pop-up schools? And I said, well, you know what? I know someone who could probably get that done. I'm not joshing. That was really true. So, and I know you've designed that. So let's see what we can do. Thank you again, my friend. It's great to see you.
Lovely to see you, Kevin. Yeah, go safely. Come back soon.
Will do.
Give India my love.
Back at you.
Bye.
Thank you so much to the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, and Kevin Baird. An inspirational conversation. Thank you, Prometric, for sponsoring today's broadcast. We are grateful for your support. You've enabled a global conversation to take place today. #Education Day. So we've come to the end of our broadcast on the United Nations International Day of Education, #Education Day. Thank you to you, the audience, for tuning in today. It has once again been an honour to produce and direct this Peace One Day broadcast. We've had over 1.1 million streamers on just one channel alone. Incredible. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our wonderful host, Miss International Europe 2024, Hannah Kathleen Hawkshaw. The work that Hannah does around the world with young people is inspirational, and I am immensely grateful for her incredible support. Thank you to all the participants for their informative, inspirational, and engaging words. Let's get behind them. They're incredible people. Thank you to the teams that brought it all to life, and a huge thank you once again to the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, who was the driving force behind the vision of today's broadcast, #Education Day. You can watch all the films from today's broadcast on our website or through social media over the coming weeks. By supporting and sharing these important messages, we are one step closer to a more peaceful and sustainable world. Pod's mission is to produce constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages people towards impact that's measurable. We would love you to follow us on Peace One Day social media platforms. It means a great deal to have your support. Please also visit and register at peaceoneday.org to keep up to date with all the latest information and events. If you're a teacher, a parent, a guardian, please visit peaceoneday.org to access our free education resources. Stay tuned for the next broadcast. There is so much happening in 2025. Until next time, take care.